There is no longer any particular need to explain why a political foundation is interested and should be interested in data, generating, organizing, transferring, controlling data, because we live in a world which is so overwhelmingly dominated by data that it is simply implausible to think about politics and economics and more social relations without data. This, on the other hand, means if data have become such an overwhelming significance in nearly all parts of our daily life, under which conditions should this take place, the generating of data and the exchange and the presentation and etc. And fortunately, we are not the only ones having understood there is such an importance, and we should deal with it. And we should deal with it continuously, not just once, forever. And the longer we are dealing with this subject, the more we find new aspects which need additional approach, which is true once again for this year's conference, which should concentrate on sustainable competition. Again, there is no need to explain that we have competition. It's not as obvious that we have sustainable competition, fair competition. We are observing a system which major, strong players which have become stronger and stronger, and the question whether they define the rules or the users or states or legislators is again not quite obvious. As my personal introduction in this year's conference, I've brought with me two quotes from two famous, remarkable personalities which have birthday today, and not obviously related to data organization. The first is Mark Twain, and the second, Winston Churchill. Mark Twain, more than 100 years ago, he already died in 1910. Already more than 100 years ago, wrote, "Truth is the most valuable thing we have. Let us economize it." He probably would be surprised to which extent this recommendation has been adapted in the meantime. But we have to deal with the implications of economizing informations, not to speak on truth insofar. My second quote is from Winston Churchill. In 1925, again nearly 100 years ago, he wrote, "To improve is to change. So to be perfect is to have changed often." It could be an actual comment on our more or less daily business as far as dealing with data is concerned. And this is perhaps nearly a perfect a bridge to our first speaker. It's a pleasure, Mrs. Christmann, to introduce you here in the Adenauer Foundation. We have just changed that for other reasons. She is successor in one of my former capacities long ago, before I became president of the parliament or even chairman of the Adenauer Foundation. Anna Christmann is member of the German Bundestag since 2017 as member of the Green Party, or to be precise, Alliance 90, the Greens. And since the beginning of this period of the parliament and the new government, she took over the position as commissioner for data activities in the broadest sense, including startup activities. And thank you very much for accepting our invitation. The floor is yours, and then I give the floor for the future and the following proceedings. Thank you for coming, and I wish us an inspiring summit again.
Yeah, thank you so much, Norbert Lammert. Thank you for the invitation. And dear ladies and gentlemen, dear also Mrs. Del Castillo Vera, and everyone else who is here and discussing with us. I'm very happy to be here today on the issue of the question how we deal with data in the government, in businesses, in the economy. I think that today, as it has been over the last years already, is a very important topic. Maybe just a short notice, because now you mentioned it, everybody is wondering what was the thing that we had in common. I'm also the coordinator of aviation and space for the German government, and that is something that we share as a position. And space is also something that is very much about data and data collection with satellites. So also that's a very important link to the question how we can use for the good of our society. And I think that is the goal that is the goal that drives us in our activities. And I think that is important to realize that data is not just important because it's there, but because there is a potential for our society. And that is why it is so important to talk about how we can make the best potential out of it for all of us. And maybe also to broaden the view in the beginning of my remarks today a little bit is that I'm happy that we have the debate now today about also what is happening in Europe to make use of this potential of data. And I think it's a little bit a new point of debate compared to years ago, because also in the German parliament, as also in other places in Europe and the world, I think we started more when we talked about data that we had often a focus on social networks, on social media, on private data and all the risks that come with it. And of course, that is important to talk about all these questions and data privacy. And we have the GDPR, and that is all good. And that is something where Europe played an important role. But I think it's also a very good sign that today, having done all this already, we can talk much more also about the potential of data. And I think that is a shift in the debate. And I think it is good that we are at this point of debate today. And that is, of course, also the reason why we from the German government in this year's National Digital Strategy that we published committed to make data more usable for everyone by 2025. That means that we really want to make progress in the next years, because also we know in Germany, compared also to other countries in Europe, we have a little work to do. We are not the place yet where data is available in all sectors as we would wish. So we have a little work to do, and that is something that we definitely plan to do in this election period based on our digital strategy. So we aim to improve availability of data and shape also a legal framework that forms a solid foundation of a modern and opportunity-driven data economy. And I mean, it's not, I think at least maybe we can also think again of the pandemic, of COVID-19, that so clearly showed us how important data is. And also we, not only in Europe as a whole, but especially in Germany, we learned that we haven't had all the data we would have needed immediately in the pandemic, but we had to work on it. We had to really collect the data, and we see that it's important to have a very good basis of data to meet all these societal challenges. So we need more data, better data, and we must use data more often across sectors and, of course, across borders. And data can help us build a more prosperous and resilient society and economy. I think especially the word of resilience is something that is in times of crisis very important. And it's there, the data is there, but we need to make use of it. And from an economic perspective, the better use of data can lead also to innovative business models, new sources of value creation, and more competitiveness and job creation. But only if, and that is a link to also your remarks in the beginning, if we have a fair competition based on data and a fair access to data. And this is something where we have a little work to do also in Europe. So we don't just need to overcome legal, technical, and economic barriers to data access and data sharing. We also need to move away from thinking in silos when we talk about data economy and address also skill gaps that slow down the transition so far. So we need the people that make the data available for us. It's about technical skills, but it's also about skills to bring different sectors together and don't end up with the silos of the different sectors. So I really appreciate the summit's idea you have here and its purpose, and it brings together stakeholders from governments, businesses, civil society, and research to discuss how we can overcome these barriers. And I think that is an important thing that we do here together. So thank you all for participating at this venue today. So what is a fair data economy? I think it's about that competition can take place without lock-in effects, without gatekeepers that hinder different actors to use data that they might have produced on their own, or that aren't portable to any place else, so that you are just locked into one provider. So we really appreciate that with the different legislation acts on the European level, we really want to overcome these lock-in effects, and we really want to provide a fair competition. And I think you all know all the different European legislation acts that have already come into place as a part as a Data Governance Act. Then we have now the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Service Act, and of course also the AI Act that will be relevant for all these questions. But I guess the centerpiece when it comes to the fair competition is the Data Act we are currently talking a lot about, and this is on the European level in deep discussions right now. And we think it will be a very important step for fair competition to have this Data Act, because it is exactly for the barriers that I just mentioned. It is about portability of data, and that is very important. If you provide cloud services and you make use of them, then it's important that you are able to change the provider of the cloud services at one point of time, because otherwise there isn't any fair competition linked to these cloud services. And you also have to be able to use data that you are producing while you are using a specific service. And I think a very nice example that comes always with that is typically the farmer who uses its tractor and who produces lots of data by just doing his work. But often, until now, it's possible that he will never be able to see these data, to use the data, or to, for example, collaborate with a startup that could deliver a different service based on the same data. But it's up to now often the case that the farmer will be just dependent on the services that the company that produces the tractor provides him, but he won't be able, or she won't be able, to use any other services based on the same data because there isn't any access. And that is something that the Data Act wants to change, and I think that is very important because that is really bringing new competition in this area where data is the basis for new services. And that is also something that for me as a commissioner that is also in charge of the startup strategy in Germany is very important, because for many digital startups, it's very important to have access to different types of data. And it's not a good ecosystem for startups when data are just locked to the companies that are like part of the producer of the data, but that the user of the services can't get them access to these data. So that is why we really support the Data Act. Of course, there are also different questions that come when we want to use data more. Then there are also some questions based on the European values we share. Where are the limits maybe also? And I think there it comes back to there we have just to check where there are links to questions also when it comes to personal data, to GDPR, and also a question, is it also important then when we work with anonymized data, for example, to also check for rules for de-anonymization? That can't be the case that if we make it easier to use anonymized data, to don't have clear rules what happens when we de-anonymize data, what is technically often possible. So that is all that comes with the Data Act. And of course, that is also a very important ecosystem that is linked to activities we have on the German level. We want to support accessibility to data, and with our Gaia X initiative, where we have a funding competition in Germany, where we now fund different data spaces in different sectors. So where we really bring actors together, different people, different institutions together that do their own data spaces in specific sectors. And I think that is a good way to really accelerate the accessibility of data on a European level also. And then a second important thing that we do on the national level is that we plan now a new data institute, which will be a completely new institution in Germany, and which is not about, because data institute might make you think of this, not about that it will provide data or collect data itself, but what will just start pilot projects and will be the actor that solves problems that are there. So maybe in the energy sector, when you think that there are different businesses, there are different startups, there's the energy industry, and there might be possible solutions to accelerate the Energiewende and, of course, renewable energies if we bring these data together. And so the Data Institute could be an actor that does this job, that brings the people together and says, there is a problem, we could solve this by using the data you have in your different areas or different sectors. So let's find a way how we bring these different data together to make use of them for solving a societal challenge. So that is the idea of the Data Institute. So it will be very use case based, and it will hopefully start next year. We will present the first ideas for this Data Institute next week on our digital conference of the government here in Berlin. So let me end with a last remark. These are all the activities that we are doing to really provide a very fruitful ecosystem for data services in Germany and Europe. I think that is the goal that I think many of you here share, to really make us make it possible to use the potential that lies in all the different data in different sectors. But then when it comes to sustainability, of course, there's also the aspect that this can be part of the solution, as I said, for renewable energies to make them more efficient. Many of these things are about using data better than we do up till now. So there is a question of sustainability and how data can really bring new solutions for climate action, which is, of course, also important for our ministry, as we are the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. But then, of course, there's also the other aspect. We need to, the data have to be somewhere in computing centers. They have to be computed. And of course, that costs also a lot of energy. So this is also something that we do in the German government, that we right now are thinking about how we can make computing centers greener, more sustainable, how we can give them some guidelines, what kind of procedures they do to be as efficient as possible, but also to make use, for example, of the heat that is produced by the computing centers, so that this will be a better use of energy for these centers. So we have both sides. We see lots of potential in data also for the green questions that we share also with the Green Deal on the European level. But of course, we see also the downside, and that we need to do something to make IT itself a little bit greener. So thank you so much for having me with this input here today. And I'm looking forward to the discussions you'll have today here at the event. And I think it's good that we all now try to really bring drive into this question, how to make the best out of the data we have in Europe, because let me end with this idea. It is a global question. It's not Germany, it's Europe, what is relevant on a global scale. And I think now when we see what's happening in other places of the world, it's important that we are able in Europe with our shared values to really make use of the potentials of data, of digitization in a democratic way, because it's important that we as democracies show that it's possible and we can make use of technology on our continent. Thank you so much.
Dear Ms. Christmann, dear Anna, many thanks for your remarks, especially to all the points that you have made for the Data Act and all the issues that we are confronted with when it comes to sustainable competition. One issue that is especially important to us, we wish you a lot of success when it comes to the establishment of the Data Institute in Germany, a mission that we greatly support. For those that doesn't know me, I'm Pencho Kuzev, and I'm going to navigate you in the next 3 days through this event. One organizational issue, we are going to cut the second break for a good reason. The special assistant of President Biden is going to have his keynote at 6 p.m. and I think nobody wants to miss it. So please have understanding for it. But now it's my greatest pleasure to introduce Ms. Pilar de Castillo Vera. She is the rapporteur for the Data Act. And we know from the DMA how important the rapporteurs are. I believe Andreas Schwab should arrive at every moment. She is a Spanish politician from Partido Popular, Christian Democrats in the European Parliament, and she served also as a minister in the government of the former Prime Minister Aznar in Spain. Dear Pilar, it's a great pleasure that you are with us today. The floor is yours.
Let's go. Well, I must start saying that it is a real pleasure for me to participate in the Data Summit that the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation is organizing here in Berlin. It's an honor, beyond that, to give this sort of keynote speech at its opening. Well, I think we all agree that data is fundamental for the European digital economy, and data collaboration across Europe's industries will be key to future innovation and economic growth. In a context of harsh international competition, data, and especially industrial data, is an extremely competitive, important asset for Europe. This regulation, in my view, clearly can contribute to optimizing existing business model and processes, boost the development of new ones, and by doing so, creating new value structures and partner networks. Consequently, it can be an absolute game changer if it can create a data agile ecosystem that enables easy access to an almost infinite amount of high-quality industrial data. The data objective is a triple one. First, clarifying rights on IoT data. Second, governing when businesses are required to share their data with public bodies. And thirdly, improving switching between data processing services. I am going to refer to the first and to the second. So the B2B, the B2C, and B2G dimension of the Data Act. Let's start with IoT. The underlying principle, I think this is crucial in all the structure of this proposal, the underlying principle is that the user must have access to the data produced by connected products and related services, and consequently be able to share it. So the starting point is then to clarify what data falls under the scope of the obligation of the Data Act. One of the problems that most of the stakeholders I met, which were really a very high number to now, one of the concerns was that in the original proposal, the proposal of the Commission, the definition of data that were in the scope was not clear. And then that was one of the issues, one of the areas in which I tried in my report to clarify. So what data are we talking about? What is in scope? What is out? In scope are data in raw form as well as pre-processed data. That is data cleaned and transformed prior to processing. In other words, data that is pre-processed for the purpose of making it usable without, however, reaching the stage of deriving or inferring insights. I think this is quite crucial because this has to be a lot with the trade secret, which is the second part, the second issue around which there was a lot of concerns for most of the stakeholders. So, out of the scope, it is the contrary. Out of the scope, and in order not to hamper previous investment and respect IP rights and trade secrets, are derived and inferred data. This means data resulting from software or hardware processes that calculate derivative insights from the data generated by the use of a product. So this differentiation between the data that are in the scope and the one are out of the scope is another crucial area, crucial aspect that is very important. All the possible clarity on that. Well, having said that, likewise, taking into account the diversity of value chains of products, data and services that which can produce multiple data holders, I have introduced further guidance in the report in that respect, clarifying how this regulation applies to the different actors. In particular, on who will be responsible for providing data access to the user and to the data recipient. I would also like to highlight the enlargement of the exclusion of the data sharing obligation to medium-sized enterprises. It was the small and the micro ones in the proposal of the Commission than in the original proposal. But since the Data Act is quite groundbreaking, the starting point of the discussion should be the idea, the principle that think small first is something that we have to take into account. Now, in the process we are now debating the amendments, different amendments in Parliament, it is the time to study if this SME exceptional should be absolute or if still further clarification is needed with regards, for example, to market power is something that should be introduced. Because sometimes you find companies that are really not too big, can be medium, even small, but the market power in this tech sector can be really very high. As I said, there was a lot of debates on the problem of a trade secret, how to protect the trade secret, how we can really be sure that trade secrets are safe, and then IPs, and then investment, and all the chain related to this area. And in order to balance the legitimate interest of protecting trade secrets with the right to access of the users, my approach has been to focus on the definition of the data that has to be shared. So I come back, to my previous reflection and explanation on the kind of data that were in and were out. We couldn't go for a new definition of trade secret. This is an international agreement. The review in the European Union on the trade secret agreement will be for 2025, but in any case, according to the international definition. So if there was not the possibility to enter into the definition, such as the only way to really solve this is to be very clear on the data that were subject to have access for the user and those that were not, they were impossible because it was part of the trade secret. As mentioned before, I just said, by limiting this data to raw data and data that has not been sophisticatedly processed, the risk of giving insight to trade secret is very much diminished. Yes, because the definition of the two different kind or type of data. In addition, I have proposed to ensure that data that falls under trade secret protection can only be shared if, in any case, there is an agreement between the owner of the trade secrets on how this data will be technically protected. It could be an individual, a voluntary agreement between the owner and the user, but only if the owner agree that would be possible. Okay, now allow me briefly to touch upon business to government, because business to government was also quite an area of quite a lot of debate for the stakeholders. We can say that as the pandemic has shown, the B2G data access obligation of the Data Act can be instrumental in cases where public authorities need data to overcome a crisis. I think the COVID crisis was an excellent example on that. However, there is still, because still the original proposal of the Commission is the one that is there. There is uncertainty on the original proposal of the Commission on the term exceptional circumstances that would oblige businesses to share data free of charge with public administrators. Regarding this obligation, while I have to say that I do share the Commission view in order to respond to the concept of public emergency, I believe that for any other scenario than a public emergency, there should be a fair remuneration. So for all of you that you are familiar with the Data Act, there is a number of exceptional circumstances beyond the public emergency, which is the big exceptional circumstances that, well, can be of different kind, but it is not a public emergency such as. In that case, I think there is certain kind of fair remuneration is needed, a remuneration which at the very least covers the cost of processing and sharing the data requested. Another significant difference with the Commission proposal is that I have excluded personal data from the scope of the B2G obligation. In the proposal of the Commission, personal data was included. It was not included in the B2B and the B2C, but it was in the B2G. So public authorities could, under this regulation, ask also in case of exceptional circumstances for personal data. In my view, this should be out as it is in the B2B and B2C. We have the GDPR, so all this personal data will be derived and send it to the umbrella of the, under the umbrella of the GDPR. In addition, on the B2G chapter, I propose to reinforce liability and responsibility of public authorities. Indeed, public authorities should be responsible for security and privacy of the data that they have obtained, and liable if the data is lost or not used for the intended purpose. Let me say that beyond B2B, B2C, or B2G provisions, there is further room for improvement in ensuring adequate enforcement of the regulatory of regulation of member states. Beyond what this Data Act will finally decide on aspect of liability and enforcement, in this case enforcement, it is regulation of the member state. For this reason, I have proposed to strengthen the coordination between competent authorities. In this regard, the supervision complaint, the supervision, complaint handling, and penalty regime. So we have to have a further coordination at the European level. Well, I am just getting an end. I also think that the innovation board that was created with the data governance should have a role to play regarding the content of the Data Act in an idea of have a soft coordination of the European Data Act. To finalize, I must insist that the Data Act is a horizontal legislation. Data will be applicable throughout the entire European Union and will set the principle of sectorial legislation to come. This is something absolutely essential to take into account. The previous speaker was talking about how much impact it could have in the agricultural sector, but also in the health sector, in the automobile sector. There's not a single sector in which data is not going to be, it's already fundamental in order to be more productive, in order to be more competitive, in order to be more innovative. So all this sector will have the proper regulation. We have the health regulation now in debate in Parliament. Soon, according to what Breton has informed, the Commission has informed, automotive sector will be the next one, and so on and so forth. But this regulation, it has to really be the umbrella for all sectors, so must have enough flexibility in that sense. It is, in my view, also very important because one of the problems if we couldn't have this regulation is the fragmentation of the market, of the single market, as soon as different member states start to regulate on data, industrial data in this case, and so the fragmentation of the market can be very, would have been a problem. But in this, with this regulation, the integration of the market in that sense is going to be stronger. I think my main message from this, for the value of this regulation, it is competition for sure. It is competition because there are so many possibilities. Once you open that 80%, that according with the Commission, 80% of industrial data that are underused. So when you open this, there's no doubt that there will be much more competitive, many more competitive services. But the second message, which is extremely linked to that, is innovation. The only way to innovate is through data. So if we don't have the capability, the ability to create this space of data, industrial data, in an integrated space in the European Union, our possibility to really compete in a global context in which innovation is the key factor for being competitive will be practically none. We are a rich area. We can live for centuries with a quite good standard of living, but that will be every time we will be behind and behind and behind and behind. So regulation like the Data Act give us an opportunity, and I think it's essential that all of us, we really push and push and push at the European and national level and from the different stakeholders for optimizing this extraordinary asset that can be the Data Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Pilar. You have great mission in front of you. And when I'm listening to you, while listening to you, I could compare the whole subject with the GDPR. Probably we have the same complexity when it comes to this subject, but many people are not aware of it. And I think it's in the interest of everybody that this Data Act will be a success for Europe. We wish you a lot of success. Many thanks for the patient, dear Ivo. Ivo Vollmann is virtually with us, the data director in the Directorate General DigiConnect in Luxembourg, basically one of the most important people when it comes to the European strategy on data. We really appreciate that you are with us, dear Ivo, and the virtual floor is now yours. Please.
Yeah, many thanks, first of all, for the invitation to speak, and also for your interest in data policies and the Data Act in particular. And I would also like to thank Pilar del Castillo for the fantastic work that she's doing in the European Parliament, bringing the different opinions together. Now, I hope that my voice will hold for 10 minutes. I've got a bad cold, so if I have to mute at some moment to cough, then please bear with me. We heard already how important data is for the economy. It's the basis, and it's going to be more and more the basis of new products, of new services. How important it is for society. It will help us to live longer, healthier lives. It will help us to reduce our energy consumption. And that's why we have the data strategy that was adopted in 2020, against the background of increasing data volumes and also technological change. Now, the data strategy is about making a better use of data resources. It's also about ensuring that Europe can be a leader in the data economy and not just a follower. And that's really essential with all the industrial data that is going to come in the coming years. Now, there is a vision underpinning this data strategy. It's about data flowing across borders, across also sectors. It's about having ample of data available for use. It's about doing data in line with our European values, including a full respect of privacy, data protection rules. And it's about having clarity about who can use what data under which circumstances. Now, Anna already mentioned the shift in the debate from a pure focus on protection towards also looking at the potential and the potential of the use of data. And indeed, these two things should not be pitched against each other. They go hand in hand. A high level of data protection and data use are actually two sides of the same medal. This is about a conscious and proactive way of dealing with data, of handling data. Okay, so here we are with the data strategy. The data strategy is not only about legislation. I would like to stress that here. It's about legislation, but at the same time, we're putting a number of non-legislative measures in place, including investments in common European data spaces, that combined with the legislation should make the difference. But the two legs of the strategy should be seen as going hand in hand again. Let me focus on the legislative framework. So, two horizontal legislative files are, one has been adopted already, the Data Governance Act, and the Data Act is under negotiation. The Data Governance Act, what was it trying to do? What is it trying to do? It aims to increase the trust in voluntary data sharing by regulating the organizations that bring the demand and supply of data together. Really important as an infrastructure, a soft infrastructure for the future data economy. Now, the Data Act proposal is actually about a fair distribution of value of the data. It's about harmonizing the access and use of certain types of data. Now, I would like to mention here, before I continue on the Data Act, also our framework for open government data. That has been in place since 2003. The idea is that the data has been paid for already by the taxpayer, so it should be available for companies, for non-governmental organizations actually to be used for the benefit of the economy and society. And this framework has been strengthened and updated in 2019. Okay, the Data Act. So there is new value in data, we all know that. The problem is that everyone would like to get the full value of the data, and if we don't manage to find a fair distribution key of the value, then actually no one is going to get the value of the data. So that is the conundrum that the Data Act is trying to solve. And there we try to take a real balanced approach to make sure that there is a broader range of actors that can use certain types of data, but at the same time we will keep the incentives for data holders to actually make investments in data technologies and data generation. Now, we've seen that the issue of who gets the value of the data, it comes back in all the different sectors. Perhaps with different accents here and there, but this issue is there. Who can access which data under which circumstances? And that's why we have a horizontal instrument in the Data Act. Now, looking at IoT objects, right? Pilar has already mentioned and given some of the considerations behind what we try to do here. Actually, things used to be so simple. You bought an object and it was all yours, right? And everything that came from it, that was yours, because it's your object. But how does that work in a digital context? How does that work with a product that produces data and sends the data back somewhere else? Think about a smart fridge, or think about a home robot, or a factory robot for that matter, or solar panels, or cars. All objects that produce massive amounts of data and send the data somewhere, and actually then, well, who can actually access and use the data? And this is really important also for defining what can be done with the data in terms of services, like aftermarket services, if I want my car data to be sent to an independent repair company. Well, can I do that or can I not do that? These things were simply not clear at the moment, and the Data Act is trying to create clarity. Now, this is based on conversations we've had with a wide range of stakeholders and many interactions in the past 5 years, where we saw again that the problem is fundamentally the same in all the different sectors. So that's why we have horizontal legislation defining common principles, and actually there is room for the sectoral legislation, if necessary, to address technical details. Now, Pilar has spoken already on the data in scope, that indeed there are clarifications underway that are very much in line with how we intended the proposal about raw data and prepared data being in scope. Also the issue of trade secrets. We sometimes get the question, why did you not completely exclude trade secrets from the scope of this regulation? That would be the simple solution. Well, it's not that simple, because trade secrets are unilaterally declared. Now, if you leave it up to the companies who have to make certain data available under the Data Act to define actually which data could be excluded, this would create a gigantic loophole. So that's why we work with a number of actually safeguards for the companies that have to make the data available. And these safeguards are being strengthened now in the discussions in the interinstitutional process. A word also on a gatekeeper exclusion that we have in the Data Act on IoT data. Now, companies that have been designated as gatekeepers under the Digital Markets Act cannot be beneficiaries of the Data Act. And there is a logic behind it. The logic is that, well, we want to give data to the data poor, right? So it would be disproportionate to give the same data also to the data rich, who already are using data and actually their power based on data and leveraging the potential of data across different sectors. To give more data to these companies would not seem to be a good idea. Okay, beyond IoT data access, there's more in the proposal even than Pilar mentioned before. Ensuring contractual fairness in B2B data sharing agreements. This is for situations where SMEs get clauses imposed on them unilaterally that are not fair. So we would like to avoid abusive clauses in contracts that deal with data sharing. And we've got a list of forbidden clauses and also a gray list of suspicious clauses where there must be a real good reason for having this type of clauses. Business to government data sharing, it was mentioned before. Now, actually, the focus of the Commission proposal is already on non-personal data. The idea is that it's mostly non-personal data. We did not exclude completely personal data because there have been quite different interpretations by the data protection authorities of what it takes actually to get to fully non-personal data. So there's different interpretation of how good anonymization should be to talk about non-personal data. That was the main reason why we kept some personal data in the proposal. On this area of business to government data sharing, already in 2020, we got a report from a high-level expert group that said there is an issue. Let's go for a horizontal framework in this area. And the problems that were already outlined by the expert group were confirmed by the pandemic. So that's why the Data Act proposes a framework for exceptional needs where the government cannot get the data through the usual means, which is making legislation or buying the data, simply said. And this will enable the authorities to actually respond to public emergencies like pandemics, like floods, but also to the prevention of this kind of situations. Now, I think there will be further interesting discussions, in particular on this issue in the Parliament, in the Council, and also in the trilogues afterwards. A few words on cloud switching. There, the free flow of data regulation really signaled that there were problems in the cloud switching market, in the cloud market. If you want to switch from one service to another, that's often not possible. There are lock-in practices. Now, therefore, the free flow of data regulation foresaw codes of conduct. Industry was tasked basically to do better. And we have seen that these codes of conduct have not made a difference, that have not improved the competitiveness of the EU cloud market. So we need to do more. And that's why we are moving in the Data Act to remove contractual, technical, and financial obstacles to cloud switching. The last topic is interoperability. That's also linked to the creation of these data spaces. Now, when we are discussing the Data Governance Act, we got a clear message from the Parliament, but also from some member states, you need to do more on the interoperability of data. Okay, we listened, and what the Data Act essentially proposes is a mandate for the Commission to step in if industry-led standards and the standardization organizations-based standardization processes do not lead to the right results. So it's a last resort mechanism that we can take up if necessary. Okay, I'm closing. The negotiations on the Data Act are going pretty well, I would say, and they will help us to get a stronger and better instrument to get some of the details right. Now, we see large interest from all kinds of stakeholders. We also see that there is consensus on this being a priority, that this needs to be done. And overall, I think there has been very good progress. And this is important because there is an urgency. We have to be leaders in the data economy. We have to be players and not only the playground. We are at a pivotal moment for the data economy. If we don't act now, then it's likely to be too late. Now, the EU has everything to be a leader for the data economy of tomorrow, but we have to act now. I wish you a very fruitful exchange during the summit, and of course we are always willing to engage on the Data Act and the broader data strategy, so don't hesitate to reach out to us. Many thanks.
Dear Ivo, many thanks. It's a really good message that we have great dynamic during the Czech presidency, and we really appreciate your time and the remarks you've made. Keeping in mind that we are running out of time, still we don't want to miss the opportunity to have at least one question. I would like to, I think you know each other quite well, but the question goes to Luca Bertuzzi from Euractiv, who is going to moderate the next panel. Dear Luca, what's the special question for Ivo?
Hi, yes, thank you. Yeah, I would like to ask you, because the Commission proposal was also somewhat controversially received in terms of how it fits in the broader industrial ecosystem. Some are saying that there is much more complexity to be grasped, for example, with the fact that the manufacturer doesn't always correspond to the data holder. So could you please explain to us the reasoning behind the way you structured the proposal?
Yeah, there perhaps the way we saw the most normal situation where actually the manufacturer would be the data holder in most cases was a bit simplistic. And that has been pointed out during the negotiations. We see it both in the council discussions and in the parliament discussions. And we are very open to take into account the more complex situations that indeed you will see on the ground. That will probably still not be the majority, but that have to be taken into account to make this instrument work in practice. So I would say that we came from the most logical and usual situation, but there are other situations that need to be taken into account, and I think that is being taken care of at the moment.
Many thanks. Dear Ivo, one personal message to you. I would like to thank you for the support from the whole directorate, especially from Malte Bayer, Anna Ludin, Jiří Pilar, Simon Lewandowski, Maria Kuduti, all your fellow colleagues that made this event also possible in the last years. Wish you a lot of success in the coming negotiations and hope to see you one day in Berlin. Many thanks.
Many thanks.
Now we continue with the discussion with the first panel, and it's my greatest pleasure to introduce Luca Bertuzzi. For those that are following the data debate from Brussels, it's a name that you can't miss it. Luca, the floor is yours. You continue, and I'm looking forward to the debate with you.
Thank you. So I've been introduced twice, so I don't need to repeat it. Now we will have the pleasure to dig a bit deeper into the Data Act and whether it is fit for purpose. I'd like to welcome on stage Heiko Richter, Research Fellow at the Max-Planck-Institute for Competition and Innovation. Andreas Hartl, Head of Division at the Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action in Germany. We unfortunately lost Ms. Del Castillo, who had to return to Brussels with an early flight. But we will move ahead with Franziska Hoppermann, member of the German Parliament, and Iris Plöger, member of the Executive Board at the Federation of German Industries. Right, so so far we have heard from three different politicians about the Data Act, and everything seems, perfect, and it will work just fine. But I would like to actually start this debate with you, Mr. Richter, because as a researcher, we have something in common, which is we shouldn't take what politicians tell us at face value, and we should always be critical of what we are being told. So, to you, this hard task of kicking off the discussion, starting with what you see as the most critical part of the Data Act.
Thank you. Does that work? Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. Congratulations to the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, 5 years. It's impressive. It's a well-established event. And also thank you for the European Commission and for this draft, because it gives a lot of hard nuts to crack for everyone, I think, in this room, especially also for academia. And it's true, our incentives might be different, but we are critical. And I think it's important to mention, it doesn't come as a surprise that from the Max-Planck-Institute we've always favored access rules. We think it goes into the right direction. Access as opposed to, we had this whole data ownership debate, data property debate, exclusive rights that come close to intellectual property rights. That is an approach that we would reject. And so we actually highly welcome this approach and also the horizontal approach, as long as it gives enough leeway for taking the sectoral specifics into account. Now, I think there is a lot that can be criticized, but I want to make a very simple, but maybe not trivial point. I think the question that should come at the very outset is what this data can be used for, what the data the user should be able to use it for based on this access right, and also what third parties, because this is what especially chapter 3 is about, what third parties should be allowed to do with the data. And if you answer this question first, then I think many of the other questions, if you got this straight, many of the other questions like what is the scope, how to deal with trade secrets, should there be remuneration, how to deal with SMEs, would be to have answered accordingly. Now, what do I mean with that? I think the Commission, what Ivo Wollmann said, is, I find it convincing when he says that, but when looking at the draft, it is not really clear what the user should do with the data. Is the user allowed to do anything with the data once he gets access to that, or is this limited? And the same goes for the third party. There is a strong notion that it should, for the third party, be limited to value-added services and uses, while the user can use it for any lawful purposes. I would, and these are the two extreme ways to do it. One would be a purpose-bound and interest-based approach, and the other would be a pretty much open approach with the justification lying on co-generation. If I have co-generated this data, it belongs to me, and so I can do anything I want with it, basically. I think it is easier, and to make this ambitious piece of legislation work, to keep it simple and to keep it limited and to follow a purpose-based and interest-based approach. Because in this case, you can actually define the scope of the data rather broad, and I think what Rapporteur Del Castillo has said, if you only focus on raw data, it's really a matter of definition how you define it, so the devil lies in the details. But if you really want to foster secondary uses and markets, then this might not be enough to reach the goals. And I also don't agree with just kicking out derived data or inferred data on the mere argument, well, this is trade secret or this is intellectual property protected. You need to have a careful look at it, what is really in there, and it can also be used as a strategic defense. This is also what Ivo Wollmann said, by the industry, basically to water down this access right. That is important. There are other issues. I already said that, for example, how concrete you should be about the technicalities of the access. To exclude SMEs, so does size matter? That's a question that is cross-cutting this whole draft, and I would be rather careful because often it is rather about the bargaining power than about the size. Another issue is the compensation. Should third parties basically pay for the data once they get access, or shouldn't they? It is hard to justify why users shouldn't and third parties should, because this might also lead to circumventions. So there is a simple logic flaw, I would say, in the whole design of the Data Act. Now, before I close, I cannot resist one remark in this venue here, because I think we were on a panel like 6 years ago on data property in this whole debate, and we had a fierce debate about that. Now, we thought this is maybe off the table, but if you have a close look at Article 4, paragraph 6, the whole concept is based on the idea that for uses of non-personal data that has been co-generated by the user, if the data holder wants to use it, there needs to be a contractual agreement between users and holders. And I think this shoots over the mark, because that could basically means if there is no contract, then companies would not be allowed to use it. And if you take into account that what the data holders have are aggregated data sets, and that this, I would say this piece of legislation does not affect aggregated data sets, and therefore is not necessarily a lever for fostering AI-driven innovation at a large scale. This could even endanger it, right? I'm not saying that the Data Act should include it and regulate this, but it should basically be a step back in this regard. So having said that, it's maybe not the devil that lies in the details, but I think what we can see here is about the whole restructuring of the digital economic and societal order that we have in Europe. And for this reason, I'm very happy to discuss.
Thank you for these very sharp remarks, and indeed there is some food for thought there, since the ambition is so grand, nothing less than reshaping economic relationships. I would like now to move to Mr. Hartl. So also to challenge a bit the Commission narrative from before, that the negotiations are going just fine. We are seeing that the Czech presidency tried to obtain a general approach. Now that seems beyond reach. Can you tell us what is the status of the negotiations in the Council, and what are the outstanding concerns from the member state perspective?
Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation, and also congratulations for the event this year. Maybe I had the pleasure of following and being in charge for the AI Act and the Data Act, and firsthand I have really to congratulate to the Czech presidency with their success in the AI Act. It's tremendous. Also EID, as far as I know, big challenges that they managed to achieve. So really a very successful presidency. To me, it was from scratch quite clear that it was a very, very ambitious approach to reach a general approach for the Data Act. And I think to them it was also clear, but of course, at least they tried to reach a progress. And they tabled progress. So I think in the telecommunications minister meeting, there will be a progress report and we see progress. But nevertheless, there are still many important questions open. And so we are now waiting for the, I think, third presidency compromise text, which is announced for December 13th. I hope that they do not expect us to comment prior to Christmas or during Christmas. So hopefully they will hand over to the Swedish presidency. At least this is what I would like to expect. Kind of fairness. So what we achieved as German government is we submitted a 3-column paper. Experts know what I mean. But we also agreed on a policy paper with 5 focus areas we'd like to see. So one is the interplay with the GDPR or privacy regulations in the European Union and on national level. Then what we hear from stakeholders, maybe also today, maybe what we need a bit more differentiation when it comes to Chapter 2, the access and use of data between B2B and B2C. Then also the fairness issue that was raised, the contractual fairness regime. Then what we are thinking about also in having in mind our coalition treaty is access from researchers to data. Maybe this is not an extraordinary or exceptional need. Researchers' access is something very important. So this is something we are currently discussing within the federal government. And then also the point of B2G, of course. And I'm quite sure that we will come to this in the discussion. So these are the 5 highlights we addressed in our policy paper.
Thank you for that overview. So, as I said, unfortunately, we lost Mr. Castillo in the meantime, but Mr. Hoppermann, as a national lawmaker, it would be interesting to get your view on what is the perspective, what is your perspective on the Data Act, the direction the file has been taking until now, and what are the points that can be improved?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here, and congratulations for the great data summit. I know that many of my colleagues will be here in the next days too. I just came in from the German Bundestag where we discussed with the Justice Minister. So let me first of all say one thing to the German government. Sorry to say, but in the political discussion, we had the situation that long time it was not clear which ministry is in front and in lead in the discussion of the Data Act. We had all the ministers in our in the German Bundestag, and it was a very softball discussion. I would call it like that. And now I think some weeks ago, we get the small paper of positioning, and my personal opinion is that the government is not fulfilling its mandate to actively participate in the discussion and negotiation. And to get in the deep, we have 3 big points we have to discuss, especially in Germany. First, the GDPR. What is the positioning between the Data Act and the GDPR, especially in the German position of the GDPR? Then the Data Act promotes the competitiveness of the German economy. And the legal uncertainties for companies must be removed, to be sure. And to keep it short, we have the business secrets and the definitions that are still are not clear, especially for the companies and especially for the separate sectors. To keep it short, these are the points for me today.
Thank you. It's interesting to see some inter-Germany dynamics there.
That's why we are here, no?
Exactly. To my knowledge, the litigiousness between German ministry is not something new with this government, but I wonder if there is a trend that we are seeing, incremental trend. Also, I wanted to set the record straight for what concerns the Czech presidency. Indeed, every presidency has to start very ambitious, and they scored the mark on the AI Act, EIDAS. AI Act in particular was very remarkable, so also to be fair there. So moving on to Iris Plöger. So with an industry perspective on the file, and I already have sort of follow-up questions for you based on what was discussed before. The need to ensure trade secrets. At the same time, one could argue trade secrets are the best way to kill the Data Act, because if everything is a trade secret, then you risk that the data that gets shared is actually pointless. So how do you strike a balance between these two requirements?
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here today. I was afraid you would give me that kind of specific question after we had a whole lineup of arguments already, so that I can kind of throw away my preparation here. I had the pleasure to follow up all this data discussion for quite a while, but let me just point out that I'm not that much of an expert as Heiko Richter and Andreas Hartl in this issue, so I guess I have to deliver more and a broader industrial approach to that. And I think, sure, to keep the trade secrets is of course of prior interest of industry. And let me just point out that all the legal uncertainties that have been mentioned before are simply poison for industry. I mean, no matter whether you look at the legal uncertainties with regard to the GDPR or to trade secrets, and Heiko Richter, I think, pointed out before that you cannot simply look at data, but it's a question of aggregated data, what AI software has run on, and that for sure is a trade value that business have. So it's not only a data and the question of data holder and property of data, but also of all the work and you've spent on achieving that data and generating that data. That we do have a certain lack of the best possible data usage in Europe, I think that is clear, and we've never opposed to that. But we still believe that it's rather a way of setting the right incentives than having this broad kind of regulation. Especially we believe that this regulation, one size fits all, will not work. We've touched the topic of B2B versus B2C business. We've discussed that for years, I think, now, and industry doesn't get tired of pointing out that B2B is totally different from the B2C markets. And if you look at the regulation that is discussed, I mean, it really covers all IoT products. That is really broad scope, because that can be, I mean, a little smart grid, but it can also be I don't know, an aircraft, which they say have 30,000 sensors in it. So that is really a complex thing, and we believe that the markets work, but if the markets do not work, we have to have a more sector-specific approach. But you cannot have on a scratch board a data act that really covers all different types. I'm glad you pointed out the researchers' access to data. I think this is one of the hot topics at the moment, to put it clear. And well, we see really that we have to get back to that this Data Act is immense. And if you look at all the other data regulation we have seen in place in the last couple of years, it's breathtaking for industry. If you look at the DSA, the DMA, the e-privacy regulation, there's a lot of regulation in place, and we understand that there will be a Data Act and that we have to find the right way forward with joint efforts, but that we really have to have a precise look on how much you can regulate on first hand.
Right. So some very strong points there. So I think one of the risks I see here for the Data Act is indeed that you have a splendid law and then it doesn't become reality. You know, if you look at the GDPR and the data portability provisions there, they were never applied. So legal clarity for businesses, but also, Mr. Richter, what you were saying before, what is the user meant to do with this data? What are the use cases? What is the difference between the B2C and B2G and B2B? So how can policymakers avoid this pitfall of, you know, having a law that never becomes applied in practice? Sorry, it's an ambitious question, I know.
Is that to me? Oh, no, I feel like saying policymakers what to do. I'm always very happy that I'm not a policymaker, because when I see it's such a complicated business, and when I saw the timeline that there should be a negotiating position, I think, of the Parliament in February or March, I'm happy that I don't have these tough deadlines, at least not for such important things. I think I would, from what I can observe, I would call much of the data regulation experimental. That means that you don't have that much experience, you don't have that much evidence. It goes to principles and heuristics rather than empirics. Of course, I mean there are case studies, there are studies that are prepared when preparing this legislation, but even the Commission's draft has a lot of inbuilt uncertainties, is vague in some regards, and there are also explanations for why this is, also political explanations why it starts this way. Now, you would hope, at least as an academic, that at the end that there is a nice, effective, coherent piece of legislation that decreases transaction costs, that effectuates data sharing, and that ultimately leads to wealth and a fair distribution. Well, you can start with what is fair. I heard the word fair very often, but I think we all have maybe a different perception of fairness. And if you use fairness as a pretext basically for redistribution to yourself, this is not fair in a sense that John Rawls would say, well, doesn't matter where you stand ex ante, what would be fair in your view? You could end up as a company, as a citizen, as the government, and so on. So this holistic view, I think, is very important. And I think it is just an inbuilt tragedy of the trilogue and the construction. It is good because it is democracy, but sometimes this is a pitfall of democracy that such laws come there. So I'm very glad that we can discuss it before this law is finalized, basically to hint at all these little details that might sound a little bit complex and nerdish, but that will decide whether this law really has a chance to work in practice.
Right. I'm afraid we won't have time to discuss the pitfalls of democracy and the trilogues, but any reaction to that? Because I think that's one of the key points.
Yeah, maybe I'm not a policy maker. I'm, in a way, a well-paid consultant to policymakers. But, you know, what I see is that, of course, the European Commission tabled this proposal implementing its data strategy to solve problems. And what I see is that the colleagues I now know for a very long time, they they are serious, and they were in contact with industry associations, and they tackled issues they hear and we all know. And I think there's no discussion about the objectives. We all want more data available. We all want more data being used. But of course, I'm trying to avoid the devil of the detail. But of course, I mean, if you're so ambitious, and Europe again is ambitious to be a regulator, sometimes I would prefer personally that Europe would be more ambitious to be an innovator, but that's another discussion. So when you're pioneering regulation, there are many trade-offs. No one else has ever been thought about it. So, and then of course, it's very complex. And I think this is really something what is making the discussion very, very intense, that whenever you have another business case or example where you can apply the rules, you notice, wow, maybe this is not the trade-off we want. And this is this huge amount of complexity. And I think what really is very important, the openness for sector-specific regulation or legislation, to find a tailor-made trade-off for specific important situations. So I think the type approval regulation directive will be amended, will be revised. And I think that many trade-offs we're discussing about, there will be a horizontal approach in the Data Act, but maybe there's some openness for sector-specific specific regulations.
Interesting that we haven't even completed the Data Act. We are already thinking about the next sector.
Well, this is what the Commission announced in the staff working document.
Yes.
So this is no surprise. But I mean, it's part of the game, the complexity.
Okay, let me perhaps take a little political point of view on that. We are in a situation where Europe has to decide which role we want to play in the world. We have war in Europe again. We are in struggle, kind of, with China and a very alarming situation there with Taiwan. We don't know what will happen in USA, so Europe has to decide which role it wants to play in the world. So this is my big political point of view. And now we have the situation, it's a very ambitious and very complex piece of legalization and horizontal legalization. And I think we all should know that this way of acting is the only way to get all the value of the data, to get all the opportunities of the digital age in every sector. And starting on this, I think we could solve all the details, all the problems, and all the stuff we have to discuss in Germany and in Europe.
Thank you. Any reaction from your side?
Well, of course, I agree with that. And well, I mean, I think we always have to define how we find our way forward in Europe, but also how do we act in this systemic competition we are in, and how can we stay competitive in this field? And if you look at the Data Act, it has many components also that it really creates a new framework for B2B contracts. So that is, and we also mentioned the B2G data sharing. Maybe we come back to that later, and the cloud switching elements, I think they were mentioned before as well. So it's always a combination of factors for companies to either stay in Europe or to invest outside Europe. I think that is pretty sure. And there was one entrepreneur, he put it like that. He said, with the Data Act, and I kind of like that picture, saying you open up the tap and now we have to put all the buckets below it so that the data is not pouring into the wrong direction. So if I take a positive approach to that, I could say it gets some movement into the data space discussion we've been discussing for years, and we know we are behind in creating these data spaces. People have put a lot of efforts in it, but never really worked. So maybe this is the push we need, but I would really plead to the legislators to have a close look why the data sharing has not worked any better in the past and what were the reasons for that. I think the answer just to have a broad horizontal regulation and especially in this speed and will not be the answer.
Right. So we are running out of time. So I'd like to move on the B2G aspect now. So starting with you, Mr. Hartl. Obviously, Germany is an example of a complex administrative system where you have the federal government, you have the states, and then the local authorities. So how would something like this work in a country like Germany? And also, how would you respond to criticism about that fact that the way it was originally written, these provisions would give too much, arbitrarity in the hands of the authorities, and that there needs to be some sort of safeguards in this regard?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, and I introduced the issue of access from researchers to data held by private companies. So I think, again, we agree that also the public sector should be better in using data and maybe should also have more access to data to use it for the public good. The issue now is, of course, under the rule of law, there must be clear-cut provisions on what public administrations may demand. And the other way around, businesses need clarity on what can be expected from them. Now, I think what intuitively, in a way, is something you can embrace is when it comes to emergencies. So really, situations where you wouldn't have thought about, and this was something that also in the intergovernmental discussions, I think, was without a big dispute. What we were discussing was, for experts, the letter C in Article 15, which in a way says that, well, a public administration has a task set by a legislation, but to fulfill this task, the administration does not have the legal instruments. So you can use the European legislation because there's a lack of empowerment or instruments. So, and this is, something where I think we should be very cautious. Maybe if you allow me to be a bit blunt, and I'm a public servant, I work in a way for an administration, but an administration should not be entitled to choose its legislator. What do I mean? If the task is set by let's say in Germany, a federal state or by federal law from you, for instance, and there is an instrument in a way missing, or at least not there, maybe it was the discrete decision of the legislator not to give this instrument, not to provide the entitlement to have access to the data the administration now would like to have. So maybe in a way to bypass a decision by a legislator with a European horizontal act is something we have to discuss if that really is something we want. And then the other condition would be that the national legislator is not quick enough to provide for a national entitlement or a national provision, and then they can use this horizontal instrument in Article 15. So yeah, this is really something where we discuss if this really has enough legal certainty for companies. It's very broad. Again, emergencies I would subscribe to that very quickly, but the letter C, I think, is very, very problematic, to be open and honest.
Right. Do you have any very quick reaction, because then we are running out of time?
Just one sentence.
Very quickly.
In addition to that, this is why we have to think about the implementation and the controlization of the Data Act in practice in the federal state. And these are exactly our points of view. Sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to add that I couldn't agree more with Andreas Hartl and the points he's taken, and that we really see that you have to make a difference between emergency cases and the tasks of public interest, because that is such a wide and broad definition that it pretty much covers everything. So delete Article 15C, I think, is my message here. Thank you.
I cannot delete, but I can hear your wish.
I think that's a nice way to close this. I'm afraid we didn't have time for questions from the audience, but in any case, you can try to grab the speakers as they go out. For the moment, please join me in thanking them.
Many thanks. We have a short break of just 10 minutes and then we continue. Please be on time.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Javier Espinosa, FT correspondent in Brussels, and it's a pleasure to be here. As we were coming on the plane today, it felt like a school bus. You could recognize pretty much everyone from Brussels descending in Berlin, which was very good. I actually have my ears blocked since I came out of the plane, but I'm told that I'm speaking okay, so I'm a bit, more or less, says Philip. Thank you so much. I'm also told that this is the 5th year of this event, so even through the pandemic, Pencho kept it going with a corona testing station downstairs, so that's a pretty good track record. And it's also a pleasure to introduce to you a stellar panel. It's a shame that we have to keep it up until only just 6 o'clock, so you know they're cutting like the best bit of the whole event. So I'll let my panelists introduce themselves before we start.
My name is Andreas Schwab. I'm from Germany and I'm an MEP and I've been working on the DMA.
Oh, okay, you got it already. Hello, I'm Sandra Sarav. I'm from the Estonian Ministry of Economic Affairs, and I have a very long title. I always get tired after I say this, but Deputy Secretary General for Business and Consumer Environment at the Estonian Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications.
Fantastic. Well done.
I'm Philip Marsden. I'm a competition flaneur.
Very good. So I just wanted to zoom out a little bit, you know, in this data summit and just start with this very broad question, which is what type of internet do we want to create? Just as we speak right now, Elon Musk, you may have heard of him, is having a video conference with Thierry Breton, EU Commissioner, about exactly this point. What type of social media platforms we want and what sort of rules need to be in place, and who do we allow to have a voice or not? Really fundamental questions, I guess, that predate the internet in a way. So, Philip, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, so if you think of the internet in a way like a field, you know, one of the things we love about farming and fields is the rich diversity, the opportunity for more growth, not so many weeds. You know, we want bees, we want pollinators, we want all sorts of different diverse flowers and things like this to have a nice ecosystem. And what if the whole world was only dependent, not so hypothetically, on the seeds of 3 seed companies? And what if they are just mandating their efficiency and please use our seeds, use our seeds, use our seeds, and then some kind of virus comes or something, right? And how is that the dependence on 3 or 4 kind of strains going to mean that you can actually survive something that's really quite shocking? And so that poor metaphor is something I'd like to use tonight to say, you know, here we are talking about sustainable competition. We're talking about diverse ecosystems. One of the things I love about the DMA and other prospective legislation around the world is actually something that I don't feel is a very intrusive regulatory intervention. It's interoperability. And interoperability means that if you have a situation with 3 platforms or 3 seed companies or something like that, new brands, new strains can come up and maybe interoperate with these big ones without being completely captured. Right? And so that the power dynamic changes a little bit from economic dependence on a few strains with a lot of high risk, even though those strains might be producing the best blossoms that you can imagine right now and the best food, but maybe it's not so good, maybe it's not so nutritious. My experience of the internet, and I'm on it a little bit, as some of you may know, is that there's quite a lot of noxious stuff, there's quite a lot of crap, right? We all know this. And then there's some good stuff, right? And if we only want to focus on the good stuff, that's fine. But we have to be aware of these other things. So I view the DMA, the DSA, the AI legislation that's coming up, everything, as kind of a package to ensure, frankly, economic diversity and not the dependence that we have. So that's what I'm hoping we'll get in future years. It's actually a return to the original internet. And I think that therefore, if you have that diverse production and distribution by many, many players, you can capture efficiencies, but also important innovation. So sometimes I'm accused of having fallen for something called the nirvana fallacy, where, you know, the world could always be better or something like that, right? But yeah, it could. It's pretty good. The phone, you book your flight, it's pretty good, right? But we are now realizing through much research, economic research and political movement, all thanks to Andreas, primarily here, in a way that something needs to be done. And so that's what I think we're aiming for. You know, how do you measure it? We're not talking about hundreds of new players or things like that. But when we think of some of the work we've done in the UK with respect to open banking, there was a strong political pressure on us to break up the platforms. And we hear this in the digital sense. I appreciate that financial services is different from digital, and it's a different regime, but that's kind of the thing we're doing. And in open banking in the UK, we saw more diverse offerings coming in, and importantly, offerings to vulnerable consumers, like single mums who are balancing a budget and rising energy costs, that the big platforms wouldn't offer her because it wasn't good for them to do it. It wasn't profitable. But the fintech intermediaries can use data, interoperability, different business model, and they can provide things that we actually care for. So I'm very hopeful. I think of a new, diverse, sort of growing, diverse internet. It'd be hard to measure sometimes in some ways, but on the other hand, we're not trying to just measure it by how we're here and now we need to get there or something like that. It's just kind of an assumption we make based on deep research that more economic diversity leads to, you know, better products, better innovation, more democracy in many ways, different voices, different views, you know, along the point you make about Elon. You know, so that's where I'm hoping for. So I start the debate with a little bit of high rhetoric.
Excellent. No, very good. And your metaphor about seeding and farming and ecosystems is really good for journalists like myself. You know, simple is good. But Sandra, let's talk about what you see as what the future. And I want to go back to open banking later on. But from your perspective, sitting in Estonia, what does the future look like? What are we trying to achieve?
Okay, so the first thing that came into my mind is that we want the same rules apply in the online world as they do in the offline world, in the sense that you have the same rights respected and so forth. And I think internet should be open, connected, clearly. I mean, when we started talking about Web 1 was about access. People suddenly had access to the internet. Web 2 meant immediacy, with, you know, Amazon next day delivery or immediate delivery and so forth. You got used to getting everything immediately. And now Web 3 is about actually everyone being a participant in it, and the interconnection of the internet. So if we talk about in the concept sense, in terms of regulation, we're going to get there. I believe more is less, unlike I do with my outfit. But in the sense that innovation should come first, and then we should see where we put regulation in, right? If we regulate innovation before innovation can exist, it's never going to exist.
So less is more.
Less is more. Less is more, definitely. And I mean, it's all about dialogue. I've been working both in the private sector as well as in the public sector, and I've switched back and forth. And it's come to me as a surprise how much we don't listen to one another. And when we've had some great speeches, great panels before, everything has been so theoretical. We haven't brought many examples by companies, haven't we? And when I worked in the Estonian government, which was the last time I came to this conference, Then we talked in the Estonian government that regulation should be tech neutral, we shouldn't regulate too much and so forth. And this was the principle we followed in the Estonian government. And then I went to work at Bolt, which is one of the European tech unicorns. And the first thing they tell me, we want to be regulated at the EU level, otherwise we don't have access to new markets. Because you have countries such as Germany, no offense, if it's a platform taxi who wants to access the taxi market, this market is so much over-regulated that the market entry rules are having such a high threshold. There is lobby from the traditional industry, and there are some rules such as for taxi industry, return to garage, which means if you take a customer and you take them to the other side of the city, you cannot take a new customer from the other side of the city. You need to return to a garage, your own base, which is unsustainable, stupid competition-wise, and so forth. So Bolt was really pushing for an EU-level regulation in order to be able to operate. So less is more, but we definitely need, in an era of Trumps and Musks and so forth, we do need regulation. And as Breton said, you know, here in Europe, the bird flies by our rules.
Yes, it's very good. And I want to know more about the Estonian case. But Andreas, what about you? What sort of internet, based on all the experience that you have, you talk to all these platforms on a regular basis, some big, small, from different flavors and colors. What is the internet that you foresee after, say, 2024 and onwards?
Well, I would like to come back, because Philip has perfectly pointed out the economic reflection of that variety that we want to achieve. I mean, there is a very famous logics of the Freiburg School of Economic Theory saying that the society can only be as free or liberal as the economic system is. And so if we don't take care, and this links very closely to what we are discussing at the moment with Twitter and so on, if we don't make sure that the liberty of the system, of the economic system, is as big as we want it to be, we won't be able to aim for the same level of liberty in the society. And with these platforms that put together opinions and free speech, we are very close exactly at this question. And therefore we have to take care of it. And as has been said, I think that the variety makes in the end the difference, and better the competition, the better the competition is, the broader the offer will be for everyone. And therefore we defend, because we were just speaking a bit before with Sandra, I don't see that we should regulate it, although it has always been in the European Parliament useful for the Internal Market Committee. Regulation then comes to us.
At least you don't propose them.
But we haven't proposed it, no, but we are very happy that we have it. And we think that this is a tool to defend competition, to defend fair competition, and not to regulate the best companies. Best companies cannot just take over the market. They have to work and to operate within the market, allowing also competitors to stay there and to be there if they offer good services.
But are we going at the right speed? I asked you about the future, but of course you have a historical perspective. So tell us a bit about where you started sort of interacting with these platforms, and have we gone far enough? Are we going fast enough?
Well, I have to tell you that I met Sandra for the first time here, so she hasn't come to see me as a Bolt representative saying that her company wants to be regulated. I didn't know that. And I think I would have never thought that Uber can stay in that highly regulated taxi market in Europe. And I think they have also lost a lot of cases, because investors in the US have given so much money for this to stay, that by adapting to the rules, they have lost a lot of money. Well, there are people in the world that invest into new ideas, and to a certain extent, this is great, but it's also true that they have lost a lot of money in these investments, because you don't get to a market like that. So the starting point was rather when I have always told you this, when I for the first time saw the chart with eBay clicks going down after every change of algorithm of Google for several days to zero, I have understood at a certain moment that this is not competition anymore. That is my personal belief, and I think there is something to be done. Now, if clicks go down because the service is bad, unlucky the company, but if they go down because another company decides to stream away clicks, this is not correct. And this is something that I think will be fixed. And we have been now very fast, because this was happening in 2013. Now we have done in 2 years the DMA. it will be probable next year, and we will even see the first decisions before the European election 2024. And I think the most important element of the DMA for me is that it's very light touch regulation, because it covers only a few companies, and even them have a broad liberty how they apply Article 5 and 6. They can really demonstrate what they do, and they will be free if they make a good demonstration and prove that it's fair what they do. And like that, I think we don't stop innovation, but we just allow for more fair competition.
Is it really very light touch? I think some of these big platforms might disagree with you, saying that, you know, you're burdening.
But you know, we have
killing innovation, right?
We have a very famous argument in European Union, which is not very good, but we repeat it all the time. I think 99.7% of all companies are SMEs, and only a few are not. So if you ask all the companies in the European Union, 99.999.5 will be happy, and only 5 companies won't. So this is not a good comparison. I think for the large bulk of companies in Europe, it's a good law. For those that are covered, it's a bit complicated, but still they keep a freedom and a liberty to adapt Article 5 and 6.
How do you see it, Philip, from your perspective? And I'm told by Andreas Mundt, actually, that he was partly inspired with conversations that he had with you in London in 2018, 2019. So you were at the early conversations on digital rules, not only in the UK, DMA, but also the 19A here in Germany.
The way I see it, and I was so honored to speak here a couple of years ago, well, a little bit about some of the work Ruprecht Podson and I had done, was now we need to move on to the enforcement. How are we going to do this? What are the substantive theories of harm? Are certain provisions self-executing or not? These kinds of things. So, you know, I'm breathlessly happy about the developments, yes. But on the other hand, I think that the devil is in some of the procedural details. And I think we will only get a good result if we just accept that some of our procedures with respect to market definition and market power are not relevant in this area anymore, because it's ex ante pro-competitive regulation. You're looking at competitive effects. We need economists, we need data scientists, data teams, technologically literate officials as well, but also hopefully to aid them with quick resolutions of issues as they come up, because it's a fast-moving market. And I'm heartened by some of the comments from European Commission officials recently that they are going to be engaging in these kinds of dialogues, communication. I hope that will apply also to A/B testing of remedies by their own teams, not just taking what the platform is telling them about this. And I think that's all to the good. So I'm very pleased with it, but I think there's going to be an awful lot of litigation, all sorts of challenges. But I think the central core of what we're trying to do is being picked up around the world in slightly different ways, depending on the market circumstances or the legislative provisions. And so I'm very heartened. Nevertheless, we're way too slow, way far behind. We need to get ahead, and so when I see some countries...
Which is unlikely to happen, no?
Well, I can't imagine we can get ahead, but there are certain leapfrogging things that we can do that, again, as I say, interoperability mandates are not intrusive regulation. I challenge people. There's all sorts of issues. Ian Brown has some fantastic work he'll be talking about here about how interoperability requirements make ecosystems more environmentally sustainable, how privacy can actually be ensured while you're doing these kinds of technological changes through interoperability applications. And so there's all sorts of opportunities we can get from this, for environment, for democracy, for political diffusion, for economic, ordoliberal sorts of arguments as well. But the thing is that what we have to do, I feel, is not allow the procedural enforcement mechanism to get in the way. So I'm always a bit disheartened when I hear people from the legal service at the European Commission who say the computer says no. You can't have 3-person panels of independent experts like the CMA does, chairing a market investor. You can't do this, we can't do that. You can find a way. I'm sure you can find a way within the legal system to work out a system of being able to have some independence in this, and people who engage almost like the way financial services supervisors engage with a platform and say, you've got this code, we're here to help you understand what these provisions mean, we're here to look at some of the business models and things like this, we understand you're already there, we're not saying that you can't enter the market without being subject to this regulation. It's very different from that. that kind of financial services regulation. But on the other hand, some of these points about, large holders of data, using them for only particular purposes that we might not really approve of necessarily politically, but there is a market, there are users who like some of this stuff, or a lot of this stuff, but nevertheless, as officials, as policymakers, I think we have an obligation to try to make sure these things work. And so one of my main concerns is this idea that, I love you all, but the lawyers are going to get in the way.
Yes.
So that was one of the
them.
reasons at the start in the UK, we were like, I don't think we need to run all these huge cases, market definition nonsense and market power nonsense. If we've made the political will to have ex-ante obligations, then it becomes much more about code interpretation and information to the companies and a dialogue with them, and then it goes from supervision to a little bit of enforcement. So I know I'm making it sound like it's really easy. It's not easy at all. But that's the kind of model I think we can aim for, strive for, and see some results in real time.
And this is maybe the only way we can see an advantage in Brexit, because like that, CMA can find an independent role that the Bundeskartellamt cannot find that easily anymore, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think we're going to see a competition of competition policies, a competition of regulation. This is kind of a situation where the platforms will, of course, be bemoaning the fact that they have to comply with all this new stuff and in different regimes, different focuses. But there's a core move we're trying to make here, which is, the contestability of markets, this fairness point that nobody likes, this term fairness, it is the F word. But the thing is, we're talking about once you're on the platform, we want you to be treated fairly. And you don't want to have some sort of self-preferencing model against you. Or
Sounds like a very simple idea.
Well, I think if we keep it simple, this is something that's extremely complicated and in its application. But if you try to remember, what is our North Star? What are we aiming for here? And for me, at least, it's based on the assumption that more economic diversity yields a range of sometimes measurable results, sometimes not, that are just better for humanity, for consumers, for citizens, and for the companies themselves.
But in the Estonian case, I'm just curious because, we're talking about this North Star and where do we want to go? Maybe you've already arrived there. Can you just tell us a bit about the mindset, the ecosystem? How are you getting to this panacea or this nirvana without the DMA? How is that even possible?
I think it was only possible without the DMA, though now, but DMA only applies for the gatekeepers in the sense, right? So this is
But it's aimed at opening markets.
Exactly. So this is precisely my problem. In the EU, we still have a fragmented market of 27 countries. It's not a single market of 445. Not yet. It will never be. Well. It's not going to be a single market of 445 million users. It's just, we're not a federal system. And Germany is a federal system, and it's still not a single market of one Germany. So. And this is precisely the problem when you start a company. We don't allow them to operate in kind of like a sandbox type of regime. So I'm going to bring you a very, very specific example from Estonia, which otherwise is a great country. We have 10 unicorns, which is the most in the world per capita. But as we say in Estonia, we always win per capita because we're only 1.3 million people. But still, 10 is not a bad number.
Can you remind us what are the couple more prominent unicorns?
Skype is from Estonia, Playtech, Bolt, TransferWise, Pipedrive, Verif, which is an identification company, and a bunch of them. So there's this one company which is not a unicorn yet, and perhaps this is the reason precisely. So there's this super cute delivery robots. It's called Starship. And of course, one of the great things about Estonia is that all of those guys who were early Skype employees, they're the ones who have now built the following unicorns. Because we have something we call the Estonian mafia. That's the Estonian startup ecosystem because everyone helps everyone. I mean, Markus Villig was 19 when he established Bolt, but he could have never done this at the age of 19 if his brother wasn't by his side, who had been an early Skype employee. And then we have a super cool woman whom I call the grand old lady of Estonian startup system. If you look at her, she's your typical grandma, but she's worked from everywhere from Skype to Bolt to Verif. She comes into the company early. She tells them how to raise money, how to follow regulations, and this is how they're going to become unicorns. So this Starship is where she hasn't worked yet. Cute delivery robots. For years, they operated in the main technical university campus in Tallinn. So the delivery robot walks, and there has to be a person walking by the side of the robot. It's pouring rain. Someone has to walk next to the robot. Why? Because traffic rules in Europe come from 1968 Vienna Convention on Road Traffic, which means you have to have a physical driver behind the wheel at all times. So even when they tested self-driving delivery robots, they need to have a driver, even though the parcel robot was actually operated by a car. But a physical driver needed to be there. So 2017, when Estonia had the EU presidency, we tested a bit. Okay, what if we put a self-driving bus on the street? We take a small route. Let's see how this works. Worked. Nothing happened. You could operate them from a distance. We changed the legislation. And now those delivery robots are there. I mean, if you haven't been to Estonia, please come to Tallinn. You're going to love them. They're also in the UK, in the US, and so forth. So this is a sandbox type of legislation. You see a problem, you fix it. Of course, we cannot do this with everything, right? But this is the type of mindset that we try to...
Isn't that what the EU is about? Seeing a problem and trying to fix it. That's what Brussels is about.
I mean, you know, okay, we don't have AGI. We don't have artificial general intelligence yet. We only have ANI, artificial narrow intelligence, a system that is intelligent only in a very specific limited aspect. It's never going to have humane intelligence. It can beat a human in chess. It can beat a human in any other game, but it cannot write a book as well as a human can, and it cannot beat a woman at chess at the same time, right? So we are already... So this is the problem that now has been changed a bit. That at first, when the AI Act was proposed, we were trying to regulate the technology, but it doesn't make sense to regulate the technology. You should regulate the use of technology, and this means technology neutral, less is more type of legislation when you regulate the use. So that's why, let's say, we prohibit, you know, hate speech is about disinformation. We prohibit disinformation. Is prohibited in real magazines. It's prohibited, should be prohibited with the DSA. It's going to be prohibited on Facebook. So you prohibit the idea. You don't prohibit Facebook itself. You prohibit Facebook as a platform enabling disinformation. In real life, you also don't prohibit journalism. You prohibit journalists printing false facts.
So just listening to Sandra now, I think, shouldn't you have, instead of doing the DMA, spent 3 years in Estonia?
No, I mean, the nice thing is that with that federal system, there is a sandbox approach for member states to allow companies to grow differently than in other member states. But still, I think we should consider the fact that Sandra has mentioned that we are now very strong in digital, but these companies, they are not only digital, they are relying on telcos, and the telecom market in the European Union is a nightmare. In the US, in the last 10 years, has been growing by 30%. In Europe, has been going down by 30%. So the gap is now enormous. And you need an access before the metaverse is in place. And even then, you need access. It might be then different. But so the telco is part of this. And we have to create a single market for telcos as well. Energy, for another issue, we have to do it as well. So there is still a lot to be improved and a lot to be done. And we have to be careful at European level not to overdo it. This is always the risk that the Estonians see. Also some Germans, but it's difficult to get the fair balance in the end. But still, I think this is a huge topic because it's about fairness in society, about justice in business. And it shows that at global level that there is a competition also between the Far East, between the US, between Europe. I think Russia doesn't play a role anymore in this. And we have to prove that we get it done best. And this is a challenge because there are plenty of other intelligent people in the world, but we want to get it best. And that's our aim, and we have to work for it. And so, for example, on the AI issue that you have been mentioning, also there we should make sure that we don't overdo it. Because there is a risk when you start regulation, and now you have mentioned all the acts that we are about to do and that we have already voted for, that you don't see anymore the coherence and that you don't see anymore the aim. And that's the nice story of the DMA. It's very focused and very small, but big in the consequences. So all the rest, I think we should be very careful not to destroy that approach that you have been reporting about from Estonia.
So tell us, in the limited time that we have, the DMA, so this is a landmark piece of legislation about limiting the power of big tech, opening markets, not just Europeans, but ideally a lot of European companies. You've been in the front line talking to countries, talking to the Commission. How is it working out now? What challenges do you see in terms of implementing it? Are we going to see an army of lawyers just taking the EU to court, and this will never see the light?
Well, I'm a lawyer myself, and I have also heard from the European Commission that at a certain time in the Commission cabinets, there were only the lawyers all the time in favor of regulation, and that economists have said it's the economy is stupid when markets have been destroyed by the gatekeepers. So on that side, I think I feel very good being a lawyer. And now it's true that for sure we have lost with the DMA a bit the approach of all national competition authorities doing it their own way. But in a single market, this can also be destructive. So it's true that the system that we have now been voting for in the European Parliament is quite strict. This is a risk, but there are openings. For example, Article 612 with Front allows you to go to court directly if you feel badly placed in a search engine, in social media, or in an app. And this is a huge tool that so far has been totally underestimated because you don't need any authority to help you. You can go to court directly. Front is complicated, no doubt, but there are also intelligent judges and they will find a solution for you if needed. Therefore, it's not as static as it might be seen, but it's true that we have now something which is very bold, but maybe a bit too bureaucratic in brackets, but we will see what the Americans will do. They will have a more flexible system, but they will be even tougher on some decisions that we may be, and we will see what the Brits can do. So I think in the Western world, this can lead to a competition of competition authorities that can also do good to the whole ecosystem.
And that's a very good point. So can we talk about, is the UK in its tackling of digital markets going to be as proactive as it has been in changing prime ministers recently?
Well, yeah, our switching rate of prime ministers is very high, and so our switching rate with respect to the platforms and with banks is low. But I think the main point that is going to be coming up from the UK, at least, is this bespoke, tailored model, almost like negotiating merger commitments, with the platforms, and then enforcing like that. And it's something where I feel the UK is likely best placed to show what works and what doesn't work, because in the last few years they've been extremely evidence-based, backing up a lot of the work that Diane Coyle and I and Jason Furman and others were doing. So it was great. We were doing the policy-based evidence making. They were doing the evidence-based policy making. But more seriously, they've got a huge tradition of transparency, of engagement with the businesses, of hearings, very, very creative multi-party hearings at the CMA, things like this. And so when their digital markets unit actually becomes less in shadow form, but with real teeth in legislation, what I'm hoping you'll see there is a communication to the world that actually this remedy in this particular market worked quite well, and you didn't need any more. And that remedy does not work at all in this particular condition. And so we're learning and I've always learned best from people what doesn't work. I think that's really good, especially when you're thinking about developing countries or you're thinking about new areas we might move to after DMA. It's really helpful to learn what doesn't work so we're not too intrusive, and that kind of communication I think the UK is quite ideally placed to, because they'll be very specific about what the obligations are and what the commitments and the testing of the remedy is going to be, and probably quite agile in releasing remedies as well if they're not working or if they're working too hard. One of the things I don't think the UK will focus on enough is the fact that there are a range of other areas in the law, in economics, where there are big gatekeepers who are preventing diffusion of knowledge, who are preventing innovation in a sense, or at least innovation along their own model. And so I think I'm quite interested in some of the thinking that's going on relating to standard essential patents. I see this very purely as a gatekeeper issue, even if the downstream firm is very big and very powerful. And I think you could imagine FRAND is a very contentious point, but it's in the DMA. I could imagine an area where you might say maybe in some conditions, some of these stepholder rules are maybe allowing too much power. The automaticity of injunctions, to mention something that happens in this country, and others. And so it's one of those things where you say, well, maybe they'll be moving there a little bit more now, because there is a clear point there that the stepholder has got some innovation, and then the implementer might be offering something more innovative, more diverse, etc. And we want to encourage those things. I have no idea if this is the next national channel, but I've written recently about these kinds of things because it's something where I think we will always be finding digital gatekeepers, and they might not necessarily be defined by quantitative thresholds and turnover requirements as we've done in Europe, but it might be just about the dynamic, that in a certain particular pinch point of a negotiation, there is an asymmetric bargaining power and dependence. Now, we might like that for various intellectual property reasons or not, or we might say, no, we need to change that. We need to open this up and have more diffusion. And I think the UK and the EU will be the first out the door with these kinds of points. And it's very important not only to not let the enforcement of the lawyers get in the way, but also to not let it go into a black box. remember when the ECN was created, all I heard about it from officials, the European Competition Network, was how fantastic it was to share real-time information with not necessarily the top officials, but the real workers on the cases would go around. But then to the outside world, it was a black box. So people were very suspicious and not wanting to engage with anything that might trigger some ECN issue. Well, I hope the DMA won't be like that, or any of the legislation. It's more interactive and more showing your workings. I would hope that Thomas Kramler and his friends at the Commission in particular, and especially their colleagues from DG Connect, are able to say, no, we're going to publish everything, to the extent that we can. Everything we find, maybe working papers, the old thing that we used to do in the UK about these thought papers, about, issues papers, what is coming up next, to signal to industry, this is coming down the pipe next. Do you like it or not? And then, yes, there will be tons of court litigation, but let's keep our focus on that direction of travel.
Excellent. And I'm afraid we're about 1 or 2 minutes before closing. So I'll just give you the floor just to have a last closing remark for people who made the effort to come here tonight. What should they take away this evening?
Well, that we take care that the European Commission is now really concentrating all their efforts in the implementation, because the best law is nonsense if it's not implemented. But still, it's not only about the authorities to decide. There is also plenty of tools where citizens, where companies, where users can bring in their intelligence about wrongdoings. And with some elements, they can even go to court directly. And that will create some sort of level playing field, which will change the existing big fish sea that we see here on the European Data Summit chart.
Excellent. Very good.
If you want to build the best technology in the world, you go to China. If you want to build the best business in the world, you go to the US. And if you want to build the most user-centric company in the world, you go to Europe. But perhaps Europe could have the best technology, the best businesses, and the most protected users as well. Something to think about.
Amazing.
Competition matters, right? The name of the conference. We're looking at a more sustainable world. We're looking for more economic diversity, new business ideas to handle some of the huge challenges we have environmentally. And I think technology can play a great part there. And I think, frankly, interoperability is one of the ways where we can really reach that stage.
Fantastic. Please join me in thanking the panelists. Thank you so much. And I believe Tim Wu is up next. Thank you.
Thanks, Javier. And thanks to our all-star panel there, and to you all for staying with us for the next segment of this afternoon's event. My name is Samuel Stolten. I'm a reporter with Politico in Brussels, covering technology and competition. And I'm sure you won't be disappointed with our next keynote speaker, who will be speaking to us in just a moment on US and EU convergence in regulating big tech. This will be followed a bit later on by another panel discussion on bridging the transatlantic policy divide, with particular attention to the EU's recently adopted and now, of course, starting to be implemented Digital Markets Act. But first, we are very pleased to welcome, tuning in live from Washington, here to deliver the fourth keynote, I believe, of the day. We have the Special Assistant to President Biden for Technology and Competition Policy, Tim Wu. Tim, please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for having me. And if you can't hear me, then let me know. Greetings from Washington, and I do appreciate, I wish I was there. It's just so much going on that it's difficult to be everywhere you want to be at once. I wanted to reflect on something I think really remarkable that has happened over the last 2 years, first 2 years of our administration, which is, I think, something that 10 years ago we would have thought hard to believe, that we have reached such a level of, I would say, if not exact thinking, convergence in the approaches to proposed regulatory solutions to some of the challenges we face in the tech world. Now, I'm not going to say that these are all, word for word exact, and I think there will always be difference in emphasis, but I do think it's worth, even as we notice there are differences, to focus on the big changes that happen in terms of alignment of thinking. And what I thought I would do today, I thought be useful in this brief time, was to even just sort of list principles that I think there has come to be a transatlantic agreement on. Maybe people will disagree on my assessment of our agreement, but let me throw them out there. So here's a few, and when I say we, I mean the Biden administration and our respective agencies. And we don't. So sometimes there's minor disagreements between agencies, but I want to suggest there's a broad consensus. And before I get to the principles, I also want to say that what has made this happen, I think first is a real change in the thinking. This comes from partially beginnings and change in competition policy thinking, but also a general recognition of some of the challenges created by big tech and some of the harms that big tech has caused. And I will point to the president himself as someone in our country and as someone who's been a leader in recognizing and taking seriously the challenges that big tech has created for society. So here are a few principles I wanted to outline that I think we have begun to reach consensus on. I'll start with privacy. One of the things that our president has said and that the administration believes is that notice and consent style, mere disclosure style privacy is no longer tenable as a meaningful form of privacy protection. Now, people have been saying that for a long time, but we have made it clear that any privacy legislation or the rulemakings that go forward need to respect that principle, that we cannot put the burden on our citizens to read through reams of fine print that no one will, in any case, be in a situation where they're not going to be able to meaningfully negotiate anyway. So the burden has to be on industry to protect privacy, not on citizens. That's principle number one. Second principle that I think, or I hope there's increasing agreement on, is that not all data is created equal, and that there are forms of data that merit particular specialized protection. Here in this country, we have in this administration feel very strongly that information related to reproductive health deserves its own protections. It's obvious that other indicia, for example, other forms of health information, location and your physical location. These are some of the categories of information that I think have clearly come into consensus as to needing extra forms of protection. Third, there may be some debate over the economic reasoning, but I think there was a consensus that platform market power is something real, something lasting, and is usually fortified by the accumulation of data. There's a number of different economic theories for it. In some sense, it doesn't matter which theory you believe in. It is, and as well, I think by now well understood that power creates certain impunities, consequences both for competition and also with what platforms are able to do, including in their privacy practices. Fourth, I think that there's been a recognition, a consensus that we need to do more, and that certain, let me say this better, that the protection of children and other vulnerable groups online needs to be given special attention, and that it doesn't do to treat every user as if they're identical. The president has repeatedly spoken about the need to protect children better than we do now in the United States. Anyone who's been exposed to a close look at some of the stories or events in this area will surely be horrified. And I think that the era where we sort of pretend all users are the same and there's no differences in that sense has come to an end, and we need to have more sensitivity to those areas. Any other, when you think, speaking with children, sticking on the topic of children for a second, in the rest of society, any other place that children spend time, whether it's daycare, schools, car seats, are heavily regulated. And the Europeans, I'll give Europe credit for taking the lead here, and it's an area where the United States agrees that needs to do a lot more. Fifth, in that we're going to have 6 in total, I think we have reached a consensus, not fully reflected in our law yet, that blanket immunity for online content is too much and leads to too much impunity along the line with market power. Earlier in the United States, this is reflected under Section 230 conversation. Obviously, in Europe, it's reflected with the enactment of the DSA. The sense that there needs to be some system of liability. Many of the original protections, particularly in the United States, were created in an era with small application companies were an infant industry. There was many concerns they would be bankrupted. But the sense, the era of absolute immunity, I think, is widely understood to be something that needs to come to an end. I think this is another area of transatlantic agreement. Sixth, and finally, I don't know, 6 is a good number, but 6 is the final principle. I think at a broader international level, there is a agreement, a consensus between Europe and the United States that some of the greatest, let me say it this way, that the internet by itself is susceptible to state power, and that autocratic nations can and will use the internet to achieve goals of state power, whether that's censorship, whether that's dissemination of propaganda and state-sponsored disinformation, misinformation, whether that's shutdowns, spying on dissidents, and so forth. And there is a need to take seriously the challenges that state power poses for the internet around the world. This, I think, is most profoundly reflected in our declaration for the future of the internet, that the European countries were core to this. We have, if you're not familiar with the declaration, it is a statement of the basic principles that nation states should respect when it comes to how they operate on the internet and what they do, and basically what they shouldn't do, such as shutdown and so forth, as well as a few things they should. We have over 65 signatories and are gathering up more, and that is an area where the United States and Europe have really been in cooperation. I will say that I think part of the reason for this consensus, partially, it's a matter of academic intellectual exchange, and it's also just a matter of good relations, I think, between people in the U.S. administration and our European counterparts and the members of Europe. Sometimes I joke and say I see the people from Europe in Brussels more often than I see my colleagues in the U.S. government. And the TTB has been just having its next meeting on Monday. Has been a big, TTC, Trade and Technology Council, has been a big part of that. And so I think these are good times. There's obviously enormous amounts of work to do. And while I say that when I'm representing the administration here, I cannot say with confidence that our Congress has endorsed or has enacted these principles. But these are, I think, in these 6 principles, you have a sort of new consensus for our time, and something that marks a dramatic shift, I think, from where we were even just a few years ago. So with those remarks, I thank you again for having me here. Sorry if I've gone out too long. I believe I've got a question or two.
Great. Thanks very much, Tim, for your opening remarks there. And yes, we do have a couple of questions for you here. I just wanted to raise one of your quotes that I think is very relevant for today's session, and actually this week generally here at our event in Berlin. Platform market power is fortified by the accumulation of data. And this actually reminded me of something that the European Data Protection Supervisor said nearly a decade ago now, about when Europe was sort of in a very early stage about trying to identify whether you could apply an economic value to personal data, and it's quite a contentious subject. And it was described as an intangible asset, something that mutates constantly in value as soon as you've clicked on that Article 6 consent button under the GDPR, and then personal data starts to accumulate all sorts of different forms of value as it travels and makes its way through the platform economy. So I found that a particularly interesting perspective there. But coming back to the subject of today's panel a bit later on, Tim, we'll be discussing, of course, the Digital Markets Act. And, of course, as Europe moves towards the enforcement stage of the DMA a bit further down the line, what are the things that perhaps you are looking out for in Washington that could help inform the development of tech competition policy over there? And what does, for you, in the administration, a successful DMA look like?
Well, that's an interesting question in the sense, I mean, obviously the DMA is not an American law, though it will influence the world. We are, in this administration, trying ourselves to take a swing at enacting ambitious antitrust tech legislation as well. And, you know, we are hoping to get something done over the next few weeks. And so, you know, from our perspective, you know, Europe has gone first with the DMA. You know, we'd like to do something as well. There's some obvious challenges with Congress enacting things, but I think you know, the one of the principles that has seemed very important to us, both in the DMA and in our own legislation, is the idea of non-self preferencing and trying to make in some sense to create a level playing field for a broader number of companies. We think, you know, the United States has repeatedly benefited from the economic activity of startups and new companies, and we are concerned that you know, the playing field that's there is not fair, in that you know, we're losing what was once a very dynamic competitive ecosystem. So, you know, we want to create those conditions in the United States, and I think the DMA, to the extent it does that, will serve as a model for us.
Right, and I mean, of course, specifically here, we're talking about the American Innovation and Online Choice Act and the Open App Markets Act, which I believe the White House has pledged support for. But of course, you only really have a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks or so, to make any meaningful progress on this. How quickly do you want to see a vote in the Senate on these bills? And why is it important that progress is not stymied on your side of the pond for these 2 bills in particular?
Well, I appreciate that question. I'm afraid this might be the last question. You know, we President, the White House has indicated that we would like to see a vote on these bills in this lame duck session. We, as with all things, you know, the American system is very hard to understand. I almost feel like you know, I think outsiders are like, well, what's holding things up, and why haven't you voted already? And you know, we have this unfortunate problem of needing to raise our debt limit. We also have a rail strike, or a potential rail strike, which would cripple our economy in other ways. So Congress is busy, but we've been pushing. And as you may have noticed, the headlines just enacted a law regarding same-sex marriage. So they're doing a lot, but we are pushing as hard as we can for them to get this vote through. And to explain why Congress acts as it does, or its complicated schedule, I think would take an entire hour of time, if not more. Anyway, I appreciate being here, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I think it's very important that we stay in dialogue, and as I said, I think it's extraordinary how much convergence there has been between U.S. and European views in this area, and I very much value my relationship with our European counterparts.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Tim. I think a round of applause there is in order for President Biden's Special Advisor on Tech and Competition. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Tim, well, it always shocks me how grey it actually is in Berlin. And coming from Brussels, the weather was once described by the first, and actually the last, UK President of the European Commission, Roy Jenkins, as some sort of a Brabant gloom. But when you come to Berlin, it always seems a lot more depressing than it does in Brussels. But at least the beer here is better. No, I'm joking, of course. It's can't compete. Thank you for sticking with us for the next panel session. It's set to be quite a stimulating discussion. This one is entitled, Can We Bridge the Atlantic with the Digital Markets Act Left Alone? We're very pleased indeed to be joined by a great panel for this session. So please start making your way down to the floor. We have the European Commission Competition Department's Alberto Baquega, someone who will be front and centre of DMA enforcement. We also have with us co-head and partner at the economics consultancy Keystone Europe, Cristina Caffarra, and of course the woman behind the famous Cristina Caffarra conference now. That will be forever known as that going forward, March next year, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. Book your tickets now. We're also joined by Rebecca Vythe, Head of Trust and Security at the Tech Trade Association Bitkom. And we have Clark Parsons, Managing Director at the German think tank, the Internet Economy Foundation. Good to see you all here with us this afternoon. So we're going to start with a few very general opening remarks about the subject of today's panel before exchanging a few questions, and then at the end we're going to open up the floor for some questions from you all. So get your thinking caps on, start making some notes now about some questions that will be coming down a bit later on. But perhaps we can jump straight into things with you, Alberto. And for those who haven't followed it so closely today with us, perhaps you could give us a general outline of the DMA and whether or not you think this regulation could actually become a global standard for platform regulation in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. So, but general outline of DMA, I think it's well known and it was already discussed in previous panels, is a very targeted instrument with objective criteria for the selection of gatekeepers, which are basically platforms that play a very specific role in the economy. So it's a targeted instrument. The number of gatekeepers is as yet not known. That's what we keep.
You must have some sort of a number or a number of core platform services, surely.
Between 2 and 36.
Oh, right. Oh, there you go.
And
narrowing it down a bit.
And what is actually keeping us busy now is defining what companies will be designated as gatekeepers, and that will be actually something that the companies who are gatekeepers will have to notify themselves starting May next year, and then the Commission will take decision designating them, and then the companies will have 6 times to apply all the prohibition and obligations that are in 6 months, to apply all the prohibition and obligations that are in the DMA. I think somebody counted 24 there, so I can give a precise number. And that will kick in spring 24, basically. That will be accompanied from a compliance report from these companies, which is very, very important, in which they will have to detail how they are complying with the obligations and the prohibitions, and this will be a very important transparency instrument. This was also something that was mentioned earlier in the panel. So what we are doing right now in the Commission, we are having intense dialogues with potential gatekeepers, with other players in the digital space, and also we want to hear the broader public about this. And next Monday, actually, we'll start the first of a series of technical workshops dedicated to self-preferencing. It's been hugely subscribed, which is something that makes us very happy, and it's a first indication that is the way forward. It's not a forum to complain or to do blame games. It's really a forum to look at the practical questions on identifying self-preferences and the practical solutions, or what the expectations are from the industry, from the sectors, in how self-preferencing should be avoided in very practical terms.
Mm-hmm. Someone told me that over 1,000 people tried to sign up for the workshop, which is incredible.
Yeah,
really.
A lot in remote. We have a place to feed them all.
Yes, yes. Cristina, why the interest? I mean, this is such a huge regulation affecting companies mainly emanating from one country. You know, let's not beat around the bush here. But does the DMA have the propensity, like the GDPR had, although that hasn't been without its faults either, to become a global standard for regulation?
The Brussels effect. So let me start with my usual disclosure, because as the private sector speaker, I really feel that we need to do this. For disclosure purposes, I've worked adverse to Google for regulators and agencies and private parties. I've worked adverse to Facebook. I've done work for Amazon, for Apple, for Microsoft, for Uber, and others. So it's actually interesting in a world in which we discuss convergence that and listening to Tim Wu a moment ago, the US did their monster congressional hearings before and never came to a regulation. In Europe, we've rushed to a regulation, and now we're doing the hearings, right? Which is kind of funny. But it is, of course, it's a great idea, and we'll see what comes out of it. More seriously, look, I think that this has been said before on this panel. I think that we are essentially engaged in a gigantic experiment here, which is unknown, whose outcome is unknown. We've converged to the view that we needed to do something. And the convergence is originating from slightly different origins. In Europe, there is a sense, there's been a sense for years of impotence in the face of the growth of this platform, and a sense that antitrust has been unable, in hindsight, to do anything realistically significant about it. In the US, there's been, as we know, a complete failure to intervene for 20 years, and then there's been the confluence of a real change in the political economy, which has kind of fed these Brandesian views that we need to really change the posture significantly. And Tim is certainly a representative of this view. We need to just forget about economists. They're a waste of time, and I completely agree. We need to think about things in a different way. And then there has been a broader set of interventions from not just the federal agencies. Don't forget that in the US, the state attorneys general are an incredible force. They are very effective, they're very motivated, they're bipartisan in the main, and they do quite a lot of work. So all of this is an interesting kind of rolling of drumming from the hills, right? All from the same sort of, all going in a direction, albeit from different sort of motivation. The DMA is a fantastic achievement. It's been done incredibly quickly and all that. I think everyone discusses implementation because it's the unavoidable question before us. And I think the machine is gearing up. No one can expect that a machine of this complexity can get into functionality very rapidly. But I think that besides the sort of the process point, is it going to be sort of doing it quickly enough and so on, there are some fundamental questions that I think are really live. And the answer as to whether we're going to be effective or not depend on these questions. So I think at the substantive points are going to be things like, what are we going to do about access pricing, for example, because much of these rules are about access. If you think that a platform is going to give access to its operating system for free, dream on. So what is going to be the methodology, the process through which this is going to be decided? Look, the chief economist of the Commission said last week in a conference, my successor is going to be doing this for 10 years, right? Because we're going to have access pricing to think about, and we don't know even what methodology to begin to adopt. There is interoperability. We don't know what to do. Ian is going to talk about it tomorrow. But, you know, so in substance, we have some serious questions to crack. We're not just talking about how many lawyers, how many data scientists, how many economists can you possibly throw at the problem. At the moment, there are some serious issues. So that, I think, is a big deal. And the further question, which I will just pose and then I'll stop, is really the one that I think we're not spending enough time. I mean, Tommaso Valletti has raised it, I raised it. What are we regulating for? What is the problem we are solving? Because we are all agreed there is a grotesque level of market power, unfairness, and disequality between platform and their dependents. Agreed. The question is whether regulation, however well-intentioned and well-meaning, can achieve anything beyond an improvement in the fairness of the relationship. So you can tell company X not to be so beastly to the sellers, or company Y be better with the developers. Fine. You can make a number of things along those lines. If what you're trying to solve for, and this is actually the position of many in the US administration today, is the level of market power per se. You are worried about market power and want to disperse that market power because market power begets political power, and that's a problem, then this regulation is not going to be doing that because it cannot really create serious contestability that challenges these positions. It will create some competition at the margin, super, and it's better than nothing, but it's not going to create dispersion. And that is the question. So what do we do to create market structures that are more dispersed? Because we're going to be here in 20 years having this discussion. There's going to be these 4 companies. I mean, Facebook will commit suicide, but I mean, you know.
Well, we have that magic word again there, you know, the DMA attempting to correct the relationship or the fairness of the relationship. That word again, fairness, keeps coming up time and time again. And it's a charged word because, I mean, there's so much debate over what it actually refers to. It was brought up in the last panel there, but hopefully we can touch on that a bit later on. Rebecca, Christina raised the point there of the fact that there are so many pressing questions to crack beyond, you know, the implementation, the resourcing, the staffing of this. You know, a lot of the prospective gatekeepers will have to totally overhaul many of their products and services. And of course, they're looking for guidance at the moment. What are the big questions for some of the tech firms that you represent, and what sort of clarity do they want at the current stage of implementation?
That is an excellent question. Maybe I'll start with a disclaimer as well. We do basically represent everybody in the digital ecosystem. So the big players, the smallest, and everybody in the middle. And that's why your question is so hard to answer, because the question the DMA alone raised are so diverse for all the gatekeepers, but also for the dependents, basically, so for the smaller companies that are really hoping for a better, for a fairer market. But I think the question can't be answered with focusing on the DMA alone, because we are talking about a new competition environment, more contestable markets, more fairness, more distribution of the assets, especially the data, which kind of neatly brings us around to why we are all here, because competition is about data today. And as we heard in the panel before and the one before that, competition policy is made today by regulating data use, data protection, data security, data access. And all those other regulatory instruments that we have seen, the GDPR, of course, first and foremost, but also the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, of course, DSA and DMA, they all pose so many questions that I think we will only be able to assess the value that those regulations bring for the European market if we enable enforcement. And it might be kind of strange to hear that from an industry lobbyist, but what we have learned, especially from the GDPR, is that the best or half best law that we have is only worth the mechanisms and the people's skills in the enforcement. So in the data protection authorities, and in the case of the GDPR, in the Commission, when it comes to the DMA, the new, I don't know what authority for the DSA, and some unknown authority for the Data Act. Because what we have seen is that what we've been all doing, all we lawyers for the past 4.5 years, nearly 5 years now, is trying to wrap our head around what the GDPR is trying to tell us. And the same will happen with all those other instruments. And so I think whether these are very narrow, detailed questions, the company are now asking themselves to assess whether they will be regulated with the DMA, DSA, Data Governance Act, and so on, or whether they will have new opportunities in this more contestable market, can only be answered if We have someone to turn to discuss these questions, and the enforcement agencies need to open the dialogue with the industry, with the gatekeepers, of course, because if you want to regulate someone, it's good to.
But that's why they're having 1,000 people on Monday.
Yeah, I think they have actually done a good job about opening the doors so far.
Yeah, but I've been talking to the data protection authorities for 5 years now. We are not done with the dialogue.
That's very different.
Is it though?
It's very different.
I'm not sure it is, because we are talking about how the law needs to be interpreted, how it is to be enforced, how it will be implemented on the technical level as well. It is not done with one or two or three meetings.
But there is a fundamental problem of design, institutional designing in protection, in data protection, which is instead of having a centralized authority, you have 37 across Europe who are under-resourced, and they are led by Ireland. And if Johnny Ryan would tell you a couple of horror stories if he were here, and they're fighting the giants with plastic knives. So it's obvious that they're not going to achieve much. And I sort of agree there is a problem there, but I don't think it's a lack of will. It's a problem of institutional design.
Well, that was the idea about bringing centralised enforcement back to Brussels for the DMA, wasn't it, really? So that you wouldn't outsource it to national authorities that maybe didn't have the capacity to do it.
Just one addition, but the issue is it's only for the DMA. And what you said earlier, I think, is very true. The DMA will not fundamentally change the market. We need the contestability to come from below as well, and that is supposed to be happening with the Data Act, for instance. And that is not regulated or enforced or implemented on the EU level in Brussels, with some mind for harmonization.
Yes. Well, let's come back to that point, Christina, in a moment. I just wanted to bring in Clark here. And Rebecca raised the point that there will actually, it's not only about suppressing the market power of big tech gatekeepers, it is about offering up opportunities, perhaps, for smaller firms as well. What opportunities do you see for some of the companies that you work with regards to the DMA? What sort of meaningful impact do you hope that it will have for some of those smaller players?
Thanks, it's a great question. And indeed, full disclosure, the IEF is a small think tank here, and we're funded by a small circle of founders and funders in the German ecosystem and Swiss to some degree, but I also own part of a consultancy that does work for some of the small challengers, if you will, in the German and European market. I think Philip Marsden said, what's our North Star? It's contestability. It's contestable markets. I totally agree with Christina. We can't dictate that Google's market share fall below 90% in Europe. We can't say, I hereby declare you have less market share. But what we can do is try and make it so that a Quant or an Ecosia or a DuckDuckGo have a fair chance at contesting the market. So to me, it comes down, as everybody has been saying, to the way we implement the choice design. I mean, I think the choice screen, these workshops that you guys are going to be having, by the way, you're a gatekeeper now for enforcement. 1,000 people want to come in. I think the way that we have to get really nitty gritty, because we already have, I think you were mentioning the pricing. We have kind of a bit of a farce where Google was told to do a choice screen, and then they introduced an auction so that their competitors could pay for the right to be chosen. So we have to find a way to design really stringently so that users are given real choices. And a real process in which these markets can be contestable. I think that's one of the most primary thing, is that we have to get really down into the details of the way this choice architecture is going to be designed, because that's really the way that we can make these markets contestable. We can't dictate market shares or anything else. All we can do is really work hard so that users are actually given a real choice and a fair choice, and that the competitors, the little guys out there, have a chance to reach the users.
And Alberto, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but ultimately it will be the platforms themselves to pitch remedies or changes in their designs to products and services. So it will be their suggestion that the Commission will then have to approve.
The burden is on the gatekeepers to comply with the DMA.
Yes.
So the construction of the DMA is to enumerate the number of prohibition and obligations that we say are self-explanatory. I understand that might be a big word in such an industry, and that's also why we've had, on top of the workshops that will come, we've had literally dozens of meetings from last spring, and they're continuing with gatekeepers, but not only to hear them, to understand what the challenges are, but it's also very clear that it is for gatekeepers to comply. Not only for gatekeeper to come and comply, but also to comply in a way that gives a tangible result that is also recognized by the other players in the market and those that should benefit for more fairness and better contestability. So there is not only an obligation to come with an idea, but also with an idea that works.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and going forward with regards to implementation and enforcement, how much of your work will be informed politically? So how much political direction will you get from Commissioner Vestager to enforce this as it should be enforced, or will that be down to the services to take more of a technical approach? How much guidance is Vestager giving you at the moment?
But it's this is a very tricky question. Of course, the much of the political work has been done. So that's now for us is to implement, and for the role of the commissioner is to implement, including the role of our commissioner. Of course, we always receive guidance from her on options, and options also include prioritization sometimes. So, but always within what the remit of the law is.
Great. Christina, you've got a couple of things to say.
Well, no,
Yeah.
just this discussion highlights the sort of the sense of schizophrenia and despair that one feels talking about these things. Because think about why these remedies failed. Because the company in Google's case, for example, Android and shopping cases, I worked at adverse to Google, was told, go away, don't do it again. Don't do it again and behave, okay? Because the cease and desist decision gives the company the opportunity to come back with a remedy. The remedy is terrible. It takes a year to figure out it is a joke, and then go back and think about it again. Don't do it badly. And then they say, yeah. And then they come back and it is still a joke. So in a world in which there is an inequality of arms, which is enormous in terms of technical capability, and companies have got to come up and propose their solution, the scope for gaming is enormous. And it isn't something which I'm celebrating, I'm lamenting it because it is history repeating itself. We will see this. So what's the incentive? Let's give them this and see whether they spot the problem. So the point is, this is going to be difficult to really kind of make concrete. And when you talk about contestability, you know, I mean, we are so unambitious in our notion of contestability. We are going to see some people scratching the margins. Okay, so you got these gigantic companies. Somebody's going to say, no, can I get a 3% market share? Because with that enormous kind of power, you're not going to get more. You're not going to get more. You're going to get somebody getting at the best 3% market share because there is the prior strength of the power and the habit and the behavioral economics tells you that this is what you're going to see. So contestability is really hard. You're going to see a parterre of small guys kind of eating a living. What I think we should be thinking about is what are the structure we should be thinking about and building to enable some more effective form of challenge? Is it missing layers in the internet? I detest Web3 as a decentralization concept, but, you know, shouldn't we talk about more of that? Because here we are doing a bit of a fix to a Google-like shape problem here, a bit of a fix to an Apple shape problem over there, a bit of a fix to an Amazon shape problem, but nothing that actually is going to change the fundamental landscape. So I think it's great, but it won't change the landscape.
I agree with you a lot on that because I think a lot of the battles we're fighting right now are essentially to try and make the next platforms contestable. Because, yeah, let's face it, I don't think within 5 years we're going to have the European search engines at 20 or 30% market share. It's a great experiment to see if users are given a choice what their market share would be. We might be surprised. That'll be fun to watch. But right now, when you already see the companies building their vertical hardware, software ecosystems in a metaverse, and it's really a handful. I mean, we see Epic and Sony trying desperately to mount some kind of a challenge to the 2 or 3 key players already on the horizon that are going to dominate that next platform market. To me, we're just trying to, I mean, I would be happy if the market that's there in 10 years, whether it's verbal interfaces or whether it's a metaverse or whether it's 5 other tech forms of new interface, if those can be contestable markets, it's to me a nice to have if we can get these blocked markets contested, but we've got to get it right for the next market because that's where Europe's chance is.
Yes. I wanted to come to you, Rebecca, quickly just to ask about a point Christina raised there. The incentive to comply for some of the gatekeepers. Is there an incentive there? I mean, we've come from a couple of decades of antitrust enforcement in digital markets where there's been a very combative dynamic between the European Commission and some of these big tech firms. We're moving to regulation now, which is quite a lot different, actually. There's a dialogue, there's more of perhaps a communal spirit to things. But is that how some of the gatekeepers see things? Do they see things as an opportunity, maybe? Do they see an incentive for them? Why would they want to comply?
I think not only for the gatekeepers, but for every successful company, every problem is there to be solved and to build something new with the market share, the power, or the great ideas you have. As a lawyer, honestly, of course, I have to answer yes. I mean, if we don't believe that the regulation will have an impact, that the sanctions will have an impact, we are basically not believing in the system, and I can't do that. So it will have an impact. There is an incentive. We've seen that with other regulation as well. There has regulated the gatekeepers also. But I think you're right, especially in competition policy, there's a lot of history there. There's a lot of knowledge on both sides. I think there's always room to maneuver and you said game the system. Which basically brings me back to my initial point. It all comes down to enforcement and how good the EU Commission and the other authorities are prepped to deal with the issues that are being raised. If they understand enough about the technology that is being used, about the data processes that are ongoing or not ongoing. And I think another important aspect is what Tim told us, that there is a convergence. There's common principles are being developed, and I think that in itself will be an incentive, because especially for a global company, and especially honestly for the gatekeepers that are from America, of course you want to comply with what your own administration is telling you, and you want to be able to be active and to work in Europe as well. So I think if we develop those common principles further, my dream is that we will have global principles someday. But if we really focus on developing those common principles, then I think the question whether there's an incentive to comply with the rules doesn't need to be asked or answered, because it's basically a fact. It's a status quo.
Yes. Well, let's dig a bit deeper here on this transatlantic rapport over regulating digital markets. And Alberto, of course, the Commission has the TTC, the Trade and Technology Council, that's meeting next week, as Tim said earlier, and also the Tech and Competition Policy Dialogue. And indeed, Tim also said that sometimes he feels like he speaks to his colleagues in Brussels more than he does in Washington. What's your impression as to how, shall we say, appreciative both the US government and the FTC has been at the EU's efforts to regulate digital markets in the form of the DMA?
But I would really like to echo the words of Tim there. I think, at least in my memory, there hasn't been a better time for the dialogue with our colleagues in the US, the FTC, and of course also the DOJ. And there has been a real convergence in identifying that we have an issue and what the issues are. That was not obvious at all 10 years ago. And so all these dialogues that we hold in the first place start from this point. And And that we spend a lot of time doing horizon scanning, exchanging experience, of course, to the extent we can, by sharing the information we can share. But we have a common purpose, and we really share a lot about the identification of the problems. And also, we think together what the next challenge will be. Now, in specific, what the appreciation of the DMA is a question better posed to the colleagues in Washington than to me, but certainly there is a lot of engagement in understanding how it will work. And also there is a common will to want continue sharing our experience also with the regulatory instrument in place. We have quite an experience in sharing information and thoughts, antitrust, merger. We need to start thinking also antitrust DMA, not only in the US, but also in Europe, and also DMA regulation that will eventually be adopted also in the US. So the picture might be a little bit more complicated, but the substance doesn't change a lot.
Can you envisage the possibility of maybe bringing someone over from the FTC to work in DG Comp, maybe on secondment or something?
That has happened in the past. It would be certainly a very good idea, FTC and DOJ. Yeah.
There you go, look out for the job ad. Christina, what's happened in the last 10 years? Because the US government was previously a bit more sensitive about these things.
You mean in tech or more generally?
No, in regulating US tech giants.
Well, I mean, in a way, I'm 150 years old, so I kind of go back further than you. And discussions about convergence have been there for 30 years. People have said at regular intervals, we're converging, we're all converging, we're all so converged, you have no idea. We talk to each other day out. I think there has been, this relationship has ebbed and flowed as an outside observer. And there's no question that if you went to the US 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we Europeans were very smug. I remember organizing an event in DC saying, why is Europe ahead of you in digital enforcement? And I did, and the Americans weren't very happy with me. I was banned by the ABA dinner because I'd organized this scurrilous event. And the Europeans were ahead, and I had Isabel de Silva and others talking about this. And we could say, look, we are enforcing, right? We are doing cases in Europe. We are doing good cases. Shopping, Android, what are you doing? You've done nothing for 20 years. Then I think a number of things have happened. And certainly there's been a significant change. I cannot but put it also at the door of the review of the entire thinking by the Brandisian movement, by the progressives, Tim, Lina, others have had an enormous intellectual sway on the way we think about it. And people have really started to worry about power per se. We are not worried about the exercise of power, said John Newman of the FTC at a seminar I did 2 weeks ago. I'm not worried about the exercise of power, I'm worried about power. And this is very much the view of the world that is. And it does conflict somehow, or it is further ahead than the European view that has always been, well, we don't worry about dominance so much, we worry about the abuse of dominance. It's a bit scary to say I worry about power, and everybody has, in the defense bar, heart attacks when you say that. But the reality is that at this point, I think that these agencies' posture has evolved enormously. Remains to be seen how successful they will be. They don't believe that much in regulation, frankly, because the US doesn't have a tradition. There are some academics who are agitating about bringing in regulation in the US. Some of the complainants, I don't know. I mean, Tim wasn't saying, I don't know, I don't see it anytime soon. At the same time, it's also true that litigation is, look, the Google case, the Texas case is going to trial maybe now in 2025. So we have the same problem of delays and procrastination over there with antitrust cases. But it is also very clear that the federal agencies and the AGs are pushing very hard on bringing cases. And not regulating that much, because I don't think they expect that to be the next step.
Mm-hmm.
If I can speak as the token American,
yes,
I would agree with Christina, but I would also add, watching the digital space where we were arguing for regulation for platform economy and feeling very lonely in 2014 or 15, I would say there were a few big bang moments. The word Cambridge, the phrase Cambridge Analytica, Trump, Brexit, I think everybody, suddenly the wind changed in Americans' admiration for the tech giants that they had built. And that had a lot to do with it, but also don't underestimate the fact that, decades, I was Reagan youth when I was 18. So, we all thought Ronnie was great and government is the problem. And it sort of ushered in this wonderful Chicago school of just let the markets run. And, a generation wakes up and realizes, wow, we only have a couple airlines and the service is god awful and they monopolize. And you work through every sector in America and see the monopolies, and people start to wake up and say, gee, maybe the system wasn't so great. Maybe we do need to think about competition. So along comes Lena Khan and writes a paper that's like a shooting star in American thought of like, oh my God, we really do need to rethink it. So I think there's a lot of factors that have happened even beyond just what's going on with big tech, in which America has had quite a reawakening about its own sort of anti-monopoly and cartel thought. Yeah, faith in markets and faith in the fairness of markets when you just let everybody run rampant. I mean, we broke up AT&T. We have a tradition of, antitrust. I mean, we broke up the cartels in the 1890s or the trusts. So it comes in waves and cycles in the U.S. And I think finally now we're heading in a good direction to finally start embracing more competition.
Yeah, and I think in the US, the thing with the US, of course, to state the obvious, is such a transatlantic that when it starts veering, the power it carries is enormous. So for all of us in Europe have been watching, oh gee, I mean, all this state AG stuff, all the sort of the drums beating from the hill, feeling that there is a different posture. And this is certainly true. Of course, everybody will say that you have the judges and blah, blah, and you don't know how you're going to sort of shape these cases. I don't think the future is regulation, frankly, in the US, because there is an inherent concern with the idea that a regulator is going to shape a product. If you are telling sophisticated engineers that the regulators in Brussels are going to tell you how to actually design this product to comply, it's going to run for the hills, right? It's terrifying. No, we don't want that. And so that is the resistance, inevitably.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We've got about 10 minutes left. We've had a lot of interesting insights exchanged so far, but I wanted to see if anyone in our audience has some questions for the panelists. If not, I have plenty myself. I can't actually see anyone. Yes, we have one hand over there. If you could let us know who you are and who your question is addressed to. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Johannes Jänik from the Office of Damian Böselager in the European Parliament. It's a very simple question. Do you see the stance or the wave towards trust busting, if you want, changing with the Republican House? And, do you see a big difference between the two parties on this one?
There you go. Wished him we were still here, Clark. Yep.
As the token American, I'll make it quick. It's really crazy. We have a wonderful phrase in America: politics makes strange bedfellows. It's quite extraordinary to see who allies, depending on what the anti-big tech issue is, whether it's suddenly we're all free speech fans now that Elon Musk has taken over Twitter. I mean, you can get whiplash trying to keep track of who is on whose side in the big tech antitrust break them up or freedom debate, because I grew up with a Republican Party that was straight Chamber of Commerce, regulation is bad, stay out of it, et cetera, and suddenly it's Republican AGs that are leading a charge to break up Google's ad tech monopoly, which should have never happened under President Bush, Obama, or anybody else to let Google acquire DoubleClick. So it's very strange. I don't think anybody can predict where a Republican-led Congress, or in 2 years, depending on who's in the White House, where things would break. I mean, Christina might know more
no,
than
I don't. What do I know? But there's no question that there is an expectation that there will be a realignment. I mean, Lina and Jonathan have got 2 years, and then what? And so the question is, and that's why they're rushing things forward with good reason, and they need to throw things at the wall and see what sticks, because it's not clear what's going to happen. The defense bar is still very active and basically saying they're all crazies, and there will be, somebody sane eventually coming back. And so there is a realignment that is also actually sweeping Europe, because there's a huge number of people in the UK who think that, oh, thank God, Andrea Coscelli is gone, the crazy is gone, we are going to have somebody more sensible now, the UK will be against Singapore on Thames, and, and the Commission is sensible. Because the Commission are the grown-up in the room. This is what people say. The Commission are the grown-ups in the room, okay? Because all the others are crazies at the moment. And so that's the posture. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Is that how Andrea feels about the future of the CMA?
I'm not speaking for him.
No. Great. Any other questions there? We have this gentleman here. Yes, just
okay.
button.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. My name is Günther Tau from the company TBS. Well, I think you, at the left side, sorry, you are mentioning just AT&T. But if I remember going back to history, the split up into different companies, they are bigger than even before. And, I don't know how you will manage, in the future, let's say, to split up, let's say, Apple or Metaverse or the other ones, or is there not a chance, to limit certain things? That is maybe not, it's just an idea and saying, well, you cannot grow anymore.
I actually wanted to ask the panel, because we're all talking about the DMA, which I think is a great surgical instrument to try and get deep into markets, but we haven't even talked about structural antitrust, to just literally do what we did with AT&T. Instead of saying, no, you can only compete on this, let's broke them up. And I agree, it was kind of strange. We got the baby bells for a long time, and then they reconsolidated, but it rearranged the chairs, if you will. Should we, instead of talking about how to do these remedies and wait 4 years for some relief on your little case, I don't mean little to denigrate the companies that are threatened in their existence right now with their business, but they're going to have to wait 4 or 5 years for relief. Should we consider things like, why don't we just look at Amazon and say, okay, AWS here, your e-commerce platform there? Like we don't talk about structural remedies. Do we just, are we not thinking big enough?
Well, yeah, Alberto, this will be one for you. I mean, the DMA does obviously include punitive measures. I think the worst are structural separations, nuclear option, but you've got that under 102 anyway, so.
It is a possibility under the DMA. It is a nuclear weapon after repeated offense if there is no other way of redress, so it's clearly an extrema ratio. It is a possibility also under antitrust. Of course, under antitrust, it needs to go through all the motions of antitrust, and they need to be proportionate, because it is another requirement that we have by law. So the bar is very high, but certainly I would not exclude that if that bar is met, it's certainly one tool we still have also under antitrust. And as we always say, antitrust and the DMA are complementary and will be enforced in parallel.
Great.
So this is an old.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Data. Are you going to take into account the previous experiences
Before the DMA, or going to start counting after the DMA?
Oh, I see. When you're talking about...
Because it matters. If we wait 10 more years, 10 more cases in order to say...
It's all theoretical, Pancho. That's not going to happen, right? So
why not? I mean, we have it on the paper.
No.
I don't think I understand your question, Pencho. Could you repeat it? Just for...
No, I mean, we have plenty
if in the repeat offense...
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes, okay. Yeah.
I give you my personal view. It is under the DMA. It is in the DMA legislation.
So 10 more years.
But how many repeat offences are we talking about? Is it 8, I think, the number? Is there a number in the text?
I don't remember the number.
Yeah.
But yes, there are 3.
That's right.
Infringement decisions.
But I think it is an extrema ratio. So that our goal is not to get there. to be honest. Our goal is to have compliance and to ensure that compliance works.
But the question is legitimate, of course, and it's been around for a very long time. Why do we do behavioral remedies? Why do we do and why shouldn't we do structural remedies? The answer is politically, of course. I mean, I'm saying something blindingly obvious. Europe will not break up an American company because it's politically not expedient. And unless something happens on the Hill, it doesn't happen at all. So the path to breaking up a US company, even in the US, is narrow. There's, of course, a view that in court you could do it. You need a consent decree that's going to take you 10 years to perfect. If you're going to break someone up, you're going to have to do it not in a way that is mindless. You're not going to have 5 sort of Google, Moogle, Frugal, Doogle. You're going to have, cut out YouTube, carve out, double click. And, how many years of litigation will this take exactly? 20?
And
that's my case.
Yes, Rebecca?
Maybe just one addition. So firstly, I think it's absolutely right that structural remedies are the last resort. I also think it is taking a lot of time. My hope would be, bringing us back to the common principles, that the issue you raised, Europe won't really break up a company that is not European. Whether it's a US company or a Chinese one doesn't really matter. I think it's not possible politically. But the discussion about when it is really necessary, when we reach the stage of using this last resort, if we agree on a common ground for that in Europe and the US, Asia someday, then I think the market will truly be better, because then it's not only in our hands, because I really value the European strength the DMA shows. We decided we wanted a European legislation that basically targets non-European market players, because they are active in the European market, and we need to agree on common rules. We want to have some kind of measure. And I really applaud that you've done that. But I think talking about the remedies and the litigation, that will definitely happen either way, but we need to think about the next step, really focusing on a global approach, because digitalization and the largest companies we see in this world, they are working globally. And I think we can only grasp what we want them to do, how we want them to act for us and with us as users, if we agree on global principles.
Yes, I mean, structural separations of American big tech firms, indeed politically perilous move, which is why, of course, when we think about future enforcement of the DMA, we're thinking about 24 plus and who will be leading the political competition portfolio in this.
About motherhood and apple pie and tell each other that it's great to converge on some great, wonderful kind of common principle, okay? So then what? I mean, I think the principles are not very disputed. The issue is, so we want a certain degree of dispersion, we want a certain degree of content moderation, we want all of that. In fact, you have hundreds of agencies who are kind of doing their own thing. These companies are also very mindful of, am I going to give something to the Dutch if I have to give it to the South Korean? Well, wait a minute. So all of this is an incredible puzzle, and it's very difficult. And again, unless it happens in the US, I think we don't have a great chance that anywhere else in the world is going to really move the dial significantly. The DMA is great, but let's kind of pat ourselves on the back as European and say, we are super, super cool. But it isn't, I think, going to be able to change the structure in ways that is persistent. Mm-hmm. That's the point.
Okay. Thanks for that, Christina. We're rapidly coming to the end of today's session, today's panel. There will be one after this. If you haven't managed to pose a question to our panelists, I suggest maybe you try and grab them at the end. But perhaps before we go, we could close this panel with some short remarks, some short summary remarks from each one of you.
That's the moderator cop-out. Give me your last thought in about 10 seconds.
Giving it one or two sentences. A nice kind of Berlin package for our audience to take home out into this very grey weather. Alberto, I guess for you, the title of this session was Can We Bridge the Atlantic? The Digital Markets Act Left Alone. For you, Is that possible in practice? I mean, Christina doesn't seem to think so. You know, there's this idea that we do rely, you know, a lot on the US to lead this sort of charge. What are your closing thoughts on this subject?
But, to be honest, I mean, at the one point, on one side we say, but Europe is first, Europe has done the DMA, we are more or less alone for the moment. And then we also say, but, you know, we do nothing without the US. Actually, we are doing something quite substantial, or we gave ourselves the tool to do something quite substantial in Europe, then we have to use the tool properly. So on that, I would be more optimistic. Again, as I said, I think the bridge in the Atlantic is already there. And, you know, it's not for me, I could only wish that in the US they would pass legislation that is similar in the intent to what we have in Europe, but that's a process that pertains to the US. But where the bridge is definitely there is in the alignment in thinking and the alignment in understanding what the problems are and in looking for a solution, each one within their framework in which we work. Perhaps the last thought I would like to have is, on this debate, we are not going to break up the gatekeepers that are there now. I fully agree. The DMA doesn't have that ambition, doesn't have that possibility. My hope is that in a world where actually there is disruptive innovation and where the next great idea will come from somebody who is not a gatekeeper, and that great idea will not be blocked by a gatekeeper, also thanks to the DMA.
Thank you, Alberto. Christina.
No, I want to pick up on this point, because I think the issue really is to what extent can we see disruptive innovation coming to change some of this landscape, because innovation at the margin isn't going to do it. The real question, which is the hard one, and we need again to really sort of confront it, is these giants have actually are shaping the direction of innovation. Everyone wants to be an app because everybody thinks in forms of monetization, monthly active users, what can I just come up with that I can later sell to one of them. This is the nature of 90% of the innovation that takes place. Innovation that is actually driven by what works with these key platforms. And it's not a particularly good place to be. The other disturbing thought is that innovation requires gazillion millions that no one has. And so when you think about who's going to challenge Meta in metaverse, it's going to be Apple and Microsoft. No one else stands a chance. So, because you need hundreds of millions in investment in these technologies in order to be able to challenge. So we're going to look at competition among the oligopolists again. And so this is where I think the question of what does innovation look like, where does it come from? Have we actually narrowed down the path to just comply with these platforms? Is super important, is the question. You know, we can tinker at the margin and say, you know, don't self-preference, be good, but this isn't going to be the answer to that. And it is important in itself, but it is that future that I'm more worried about.
Yes. Thanks very much, Christina, for your comments there. Clark, what does innovation look like for you under the DMA? Your closing remarks, please.
Oh, wow. I mean, innovation is something, I mean, in Germany, innovation means something totally different than maybe even in the US, because here, you know, we pinned our hopes when I got, 10 years ago, everybody just wanted to talk about Industry 4.0. That was Germany's innovation. Now they've realized, I think, China and South Korea are running away with the smart factory. So I think innovation, the joke is that invention is turning money into ideas, and innovation is turning ideas into money. And Germany's really got a lot of work to do, as does Europe, on just literally putting that flywheel together, that its capital and its talent and all of those things come together. But I'd like to leave just with two thoughts. One, I share a lot of the resignation that I hear from Christina about where we're headed with these enforcement things. Nevertheless, I believe it's good to have the police, even though we might never eliminate crime. And for all of the companies in Europe that are trying to contest markets, I think they would deeply appreciate, and their investors and shareholders and employees would appreciate, they at least give them the chance to try to contest the markets, let the chips fall where they may, and see if that dents the gatekeepers' market share. I agree, maybe not huge, but for the companies that we work with and that I know and admire, still game-changing. And the final thought is also to echo Philip Marsden. We're going way too slow. The Kartellamt is sort of, DMA light. You can see what they're doing. They've already declared their gatekeepers. They're about 2 years ahead almost. And still it's taking a long time. I would dare say the needle hasn't really moved a lot in Germany, despite Andreas Mundt and his amazing team doing great work. So we're talking about 2024 or 2025 until companies see a result. We've got to find a way in some of these structural processes that are now being put in place and these meetings. Hopefully something can happen in which, I don't know if it's a Schnelleinsatz or if it's a consortium or something, but we have to find a way to put better structures in, whether it's working with the national cartel offices to pool thoughts and resources. We've got to find a way to get faster because these companies can't wait 5-6 years for remedies. We're back to Google shopping again. All the victims are already dead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thanks for your comments there, Clark. Rebecca, are we regulating too slowly or is it too fast for you? Your closing comments, please.
Whoa. So I don't think it's too fast. I sometimes think it's too much at once, and we're kind of struggling with the task of building a coherent regulatory framework. Because as I see it, the participants on the regulator side, but also in the industry, are not talking enough to each other. So the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing, which is definitely an issue for everybody, not only for the biggest players in the market, but especially for everyone that is like smaller.
What should they do? Another talk show?
No, it's not about
funding for another academic project. Woo-hoo.
No, I don't think it's about that. But if you try to build a regulatory framework in the digital space, you need to build rules that make sense, that don't overlap, that don't disagree with each other, and don't pose too many requirements that have basically the same goal but are all a little bit different. Because the DMA is quite specific with the scope, but all the other legislation that I see is regulating basically every company on the market, and it is a struggle. And if we want to have contestability in the market and more European players, we should enable them to concentrate on being innovative and creating new stuff and using the money they have on ideas and not on us lawyers, because that's where really a lot of money goes nowadays. And that's why I think it's a bit too much regulation right now. I would like to see it grow in the market, seeing the implementation, seeing it kind of develop, but not putting more and more on top of it. And maybe just as a last remark to give maybe a better outlook, and because you kind of made a snide remark about Berlin, and I'm from Berlin, so I really have to contest that. I think what we have shown here is that we can bridge gaps if we talk to each other and if we understand that we come sometimes from different systems, we have different experiences, but if we are willing to build a common system, it's possible. But it's only possible if we talk to each other. So I understand what you're saying, but it's not possible if we don't talk to each other. So
but everyone's talking non-stop. I just don't get this point.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking day and night.
Yes.
They're having workshops and meetings and academic studies no one cares about. So I'm not sure what the point is. I think that we need to do.
And it is actually
do without talk.
It is actually unfortunately time for us to stop talking now, because we've gone a bit over our time limit. A big round of applause for our panel, please. I think it's a very stimulating discussion with a lot of different views aired. Don't go anywhere yet, though, because we have one more panel for you coming up to close the day on the subject of competition and sustainability. So thank you very much for staying with us. Thank you.
Dear Diane Cole, dear Thorsten Käseberg, dear Pencho, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for this last panel. I'm Martin Schebesta. I'm a colleague of Pencho's at Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, and I have the pleasure and honor to moderate this panel about sustainability and competition in disrupted times. And basically, I would now proceed as follows. Diane is going to give us a talk, a keynote, on the topic, and then we're going to discuss further. I would also give you, as the audience, towards the end, the opportunity to ask some questions. So please prepare your questions if you have any, and I will give you the floor afterwards. But now I would like to give the floor to Professor Diane Coyle. She's a Bennett Professor of Public Policy at the University of Cambridge, and has also been a member of the Digital Competition Expert Panel, which wrote the Furman Report. And I'm very pleased that you join us for this panel, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you to everybody who's stayed the course. And I know that we're standing between you and a relaxing evening, so I will try to give you some food for thought to begin with and keep to time. And I've been lecturing a lot this term, so like any academic, I've done some PowerPoint slides, but forgive me for those. So the question that I've posed here is, are competition policy and sustainability policy incompatible? And I'm going to address that question, but you might be asking yourselves, what does that have to do with data? And data does come into the story, so just be patient. Why might you think they would be incompatible? Well, my answers are that no, they're not, but it's complicated is one possible answer. And that's if you see sustainability as an aspect of quality of goods and services. So rival companies are competing with each other over the greenness of their products and services as much as over any other indicator of quality. And that would be a good competition outcome. But there are two other areas where the two policies interact with each other. One is when you are facing collective action problems, which is exactly what we're facing with issues like climate change or the loss of biodiversity. There is a market failure by definition in these domains. So first of all, what's currently lawful, but secondly, even analytically, what's the role of competition policy when you have this kind of major market failure, where by definition, markets are not going to get us to a societal good outcome. And then the third area is the one that the previous panel ended with, really, which is about innovation. In that case, innovation in digital markets. In this case, innovation in markets that are both digital but also environmental. And as we know, there are some challenges in enabling innovation in such markets. So I'm going to go through these. I'm going to start with a maybe, because that's the most straightforward area. And this looks like a straightforward consumer protection issue. We want to make sure that consumers are not facing misleading claims, so we might want to say something about what businesses need to disclose to them. And a parallel would be in finance, which is another area where there are complex products and services, claims that are difficult for consumers to evaluate all of the time, and therefore there's a regime about what companies need to state. So that looks reasonably straightforward. The problem is that defining what a green product is actually inherently difficult. And what's more, there's a wild west out there in terms of claims being made about ESG standards, environmental, social and governance goals, and any number of consultancies that are trying to tell companies what they should be doing. So that in itself might be an argument for thinking about some statutory standards for sustainability claims, just as in the finance domain, there are statutory standards for telling consumers what interest rate they might have to pay, what terms and conditions they would face. But then that gets complicated very quickly because there are some really challenging questions about evaluating the environmental quality of goods and services. How far down the supply chain should you go? Should companies be held responsible only for their own immediate activities or for anything that they purchase in terms of intermediates? And you might think, keep it simple, we'll just talk about the companies themselves. But actually, there seems to be a lot of consumer concern about supply chain issues of many kinds. Should we be talking about individual products or about the whole of the business? If you have flown to Berlin today, then it's going to be hard to portray flights as in any way a green product or service. Should you be evaluating in some way the broader business of airlines and perhaps their carbon offsets. But if that's the case, then how are you going to define and monitor and enforce those? And then what about the product life cycle? For a true sustainable economy, we will need to be thinking about recycling products, reusing products, repurposing products. How does that evaluation come into this consumer domain? So although this is an area that doesn't conflict with competition policy, it's a consumer protection issue, it's complicated. And there's a lot of work for governments, policymakers, think tanks, academics to do in trying to define that. Now, the other areas that are more challenging to think about, and the first one I want to talk about is coordinated action. And that question about when do the sustainability benefits that we will enjoy collectively from tackling climate change, for example, conflict with competition policy. And in a number of jurisdictions, including the UK, there is provision for broad benefits beyond those beyond consumers who are directly affected by a company's products and services to be taken into account. But then it says consumers must get a fair share of those benefits. What does that mean? It's not at all clear, and it's a very untested area. But of course, this is exactly what tackling climate change will involve: broad societal benefits that can't be allocated to specific groups of consumers in our economies. What's more, and this is where the data starts to come in, information sharing is very much going to be needed to enable sustainable behaviour by companies, by the corporate sector, to address unsustainable practices. And so here are some examples. Companies might want to agree to phase out some products or technologies, or they might want to agree to go beyond standards that are currently set out in legislation, because this is a rapidly evolving area. Now, this is something that's much more straightforward if it's legislated. And so a number of countries would say, we are going to ban the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles from a certain date. And there'll be a straightforward move then to electric vehicles. There might be parallels in the switchover to digital television, which again was a technological switchover that was often mandated. But there are other areas where companies simply need to share data to be able to develop more sustainable business models and practices. For example, many companies in an industry might want to set out a technology roadmap, which will involve investment, and they will want to recoup that investment by raising consumer prices. So in any case, you would have the question about what is the fair price that they could charge to cover the capital cost of the investment. But it's even more complicated in this area because, by definition, sustainability is going to require price increases because we have been using nature for free and we need to now to start paying that price. Absent a carbon price and an explicit market price for carbon that's embedded in products, then there is not going to be a market price that tells us how big that increase should be. So the empirics then become very important. How far is it fair for prices to increase, to invest in new technologies and develop these roadmaps when these are non-market price market failures? That's a really challenging question. A good example is the New Elizabeth line in London, where I live. And wonderfully, I live about 500 metres from one of these stations. They have very sophisticated sensor technology in the tunnels. And this is the pattern now in new infrastructure construction projects or in any major site. The concrete tunnels are sprayed with sensors which will feed back data and eliminate downtime, reduce maintenance costs, enable much more efficient use of energy on the network. In the construction itself, there's an awful lot of waste, which can be reduced by data sharing between parties in the very complex construction supply chains. So the industry has a technology roadmap and a vision of digital twins that they will use to achieve these benefits, including sustainability benefits. But to be able to do that, they've got to be able to share the data. Now, there's a lack of certainty about when that's allowed, and a number of countries during the pandemic had to waive competition law to give companies the security, the assurance that they could compare information about stock levels to address shortages of some everyday products. And it just isn't clear, in my view, what the right approach is. Because my slides have stopped working, you have to carry on looking at the tunnel. In late 2021, a number of lawyers were emailing their clients saying that competition law prohibits agreements which prevent, restrict, distort competition, and this would capture environmental sustainability benefits. So agreeing a common technology roadmap, or agreeing price increases to recoup investment costs, or agreeing about recycling information, sharing recycling information, the lawyers were advising would be prohibited by law. In a brief that it published around the same time as these legal notices, the European Commission said companies flagged in particular the need for more clarity on assessment of types of cooperation agreements that they consider essential for pursuing sustainability objectives. And the CMA in the UK concluded in a more recent document earlier this year that it was going to be okay to rely on case law to develop this. They said, we think there's some flexibility under the current legal framework to accommodate environmental benefits being brought about by agreements that restrict competition. Now, most companies are not going to want to have to take a chance on being taken to court to establish their right to do this data sharing. And these kinds of data sharing issues around sustainability are an example of broader data sharing issues, and this has cropped up a couple of times already today. Data is a public good in the classic economic sense. It's non-rival. Anybody can use it, and its benefits are going to come the more it's used. So the productivity benefits that we might hope to get from using data in any domain will depend on data being shared and used. So the construction supply chain data sharing, it will help sustainability, but my goodness, it will help productivity as well if they can do it. You don't have a data economy if nobody can use the data. The third area I want to touch on is innovation, and this has already cropped up, of course, a couple of times. Competition analysis and enforcement is now taking greater account of the impacts of market power on innovation, either directly by platforms or upstream from those platforms. And the theory points in either direction. It could be the case that more market power and more profit means you've got more capacity to innovate, but on the other hand, the more market power you have, the less incentive you have to innovate, so it's not clear. And there's a received wisdom that there's an inverse U-shape based on a very famous paper from 2005 by Philippe Aghion and his co-authors, which showed that if you relate innovation to concentration in markets, you get this U-shaped pattern. So there's kind of Goldilocks peak innovation with a middling level of concentration. But I'm very skeptical about this because that looked at two-digit SIC industries. This is much, much broader than any market we'd think about in competition analysis. And what you're doing with that kind of mapping is looking at innovation in agriculture, innovation in food processing, and innovation in information and communication industries, and concluding that they have different innovation intensities. So I think the empirics on the relationship between concentration of markets and innovation is simply unclear. Earlier this year, Andreas Mundt stated competition law does not stand in the way of cooperation for achieving sustainability objectives. On the contrary, effective competition is part of the solution, since sustainability requires innovation, which in turn only emerges in a competitive environment. But I think that's not clear, and particularly in the kinds of complex ecosystems we have when you're talking about the major technological transitions that we have experienced in digital and we need to experience in energy, in transport, in construction. Now, there are some kind of normal competition issues in these sorts of high fixed cost markets, the economies of scale, the challenges of who should be allowed to license what and who should be forced to license what, but also some new, if you like, political economy questions and state aid questions. So take, for example, electric vehicles. Where the battery factories are located is going to shape the auto industry for the next generation at least. So governments understandably have a political interest in the location of these kinds of activities and in what they should be doing to encourage these kinds of activities in their own jurisdictions. But I think there's another issue as well, beyond the usual, how do you get into markets where there are high fixed costs, beyond the issues about national champions and state aid questions that will emerge, but actually about, if you like, at what level of the technology stack to set standards and how to do that. And I would give you as two contrasting examples, the competition in the late 1970s and early 1980s between Betamax and VHS for digital tape standards. And that was a contest that played out in the market, and of course VHS won. And we were happy for that to play out in that way at that level of the stack. A contrasting example is the GSM standard for mobile telephony, which came about through an industry agreement in 1987 that was implemented from 1991 onwards and involved the sharing of information and the setting of standards for the industry. And what that enabled was the rapid growth of a not just European, but global market for handsets and network equipment and software standards that meant that mobile telephony grew in the way it did, leapfrogged fixed line telephony in developing economies, and created a market of such scale that the cost to consumers came down incredibly rapidly. That's the kind of transition we want when it comes to sustainability. But I don't think anybody has really thought through how do you determine where to set those standards and what those standards ought to be in the wide range of industries and activities that will be affected by transition to a sustainable economy. Because we've got to do this for so many sectors, for transport, for generation, for construction of housing as well as infrastructure. We need this transition to happen quickly at the same time across many sectors of our economy. So what are my conclusions? The first is that consumer-facing definitions need to be clearer and their scope needs to be clearer. Legal clarity on cooperation on data sharing, I think, is important because it's not going to happen unless that legal clarity comes about. And it is, of course, part of the Bundeskartellamt's agenda for 2025. One simple one, let's just end subsidies to fossil fuels. They're massively subsidized still. But then this important question of standard setting for new technologies. So there are many questions of detail here. I don't think you can have this conversation at a level of generality about data sharing or market concentration. There are levels of detail about standards and about data specific to all of these sectors of our economy. Because we can't afford not to have a structural economic transition to sustainability. It's a big change in the way our economies will operate. Competition law and practice to date have assumed that they're operating in a kind of given structure of the economy. Of course, markets change and they're dynamic, but there hasn't been this kind of major structural shift that's been underway and needed until recently. Some of the needs are political and legislative choices, and I think there needs to be more political debate about that, but some of them are actually for technocrats to do some more talking before they start doing, but to get together and determine what is going to be permitted so that we can have this transition to a sustainable economy, and it needs to happen now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diane. As some of you might have noticed, there's one person missing on this panel, and this is Professor Victoria Robertson, who unfortunately couldn't make it. But I'm the more happier to have you two here. And I'd now like to introduce Thorsten Käseberg, who is Head of Competition Policy in the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And I'd like to ask you on your thoughts and comments on Diane's keynote and what you associate with that general title, Sustainability and Competition in Disrupted Times. Thank you.
Many thanks again for having me, and really thanking the Adenauer Foundation and Pancho Kuzev, who's really doing a tremendous job of getting all these people here together. I mean, given the fact that the new label or title of our ministry actually has both elements or both wings of the equation in it, economic affairs, competition, and climate action, this already makes clear that Diane spoke about a politically really pressing issue that is right now. Unfortunately, I mean, if you look into 2022, there have been other crises, in particular the war in Ukraine. But all the politicians, I think, know that the biggest or one of the biggest priorities really is climate action and the climate crisis. I'm really grateful for Diane's thoughts because I found them in particular very clear. And I can't like comment on all of those points, but I would say that I was particularly intrigued by your last comment saying that the competition community is used to working in a given structure of the economy. I would even go further and say they are used to work in the same set of rules for quite a long time. And I'm not going to say that we need a major disruption of the rules, but we really have to think hard. And the second point is I'm really grateful for Diane for saying that it's complicated. It's sometimes, and on a political level, we do political signaling in the sense of making advertisement for the general principles of our social market economy, and competition is one of them, and that's true. But given the examples also that Diane mentioned, you see that there are situations where competition principles and the need for sustainability may really come into conflict. And that's not new. I mean, competition rules can be also in conflict with other goals. But today's topic, I think climate action is particularly pressing. Again, I would re-emphasize that I would concur with the statement saying that the underlying driver for the major innovation that we need to tackle the climate crisis really come from competition. But as Diane has made clear, there are instances where we need to accommodate for a potential conflict of competition with sustainability goals. How does competition then law do that? As you mentioned, the ultimate test is, or lens is, the consumer benefit and the fair share for the consumers. And I think over the last couple of years, we've seen a number of ways of the competition community opening up, maybe also seeing that if there is no, let's say, openness for this topic, then rules might be really be changed more fundamentally. And one way to account for sustainability under the existing framework is really the interpretation of what constitutes a fair share for the consumers. And that's exactly what the European Commission has been doing. You can do that in a number of ways. You can in your examples, for example, think about trying to integrate the hypothetical willingness to pay of consumers, a higher willingness to pay for goods and services that are sustainable. You could even go further and say it doesn't need to be a fair share for an individual consumer, but it could be a collective benefit. That could be another way. So On a European level, we see the European Commission with its horizontal guidelines, which will presumably be adopted next year, trying to find at least give a bit more legal certainty and clarity. Maybe as a side note, Diane, you said that climate crisis is about overcoming, or at least trying to reducing it, is about internalizing external costs, which is very probably true. If I look back to this year, I would say at least in Germany, and maybe that also holds for the whole of the EU, we've seen that once prices, and not for the sake of climate protection, but for other reasons, have gone up. Think about the petrol debate over the summer. Think about now gas and electricity. That in postmodern societies that we live in, with the population being used to a certain level of also of prices, politically, even those who've for a long time advocated pricing being one of the main levers to account for sustainability and tackle the climate crisis, have seen that this has some political constraints. But that just as a side note. Maybe as a final point on, you mentioned the two different scenarios of the VHS video market, where you had two competing standards, and as opposed to the GSM example. I personally would say it really depends on the market situation. If a market cannot develop without any standard, then maybe either regulators or the firms themselves, through private agreement, should go forward to create investment and a market. If you have the situation when, like with the VHS example, two competing technologies are there, then I would agree it's good that those two can compete. I think the standard setting, that's really my final point, is one of the main issues for the competition versus sustainability debate, because this is really the key issue of really deciding, and probably you will not find a general blueprint for that, but maybe some, let's say, general factors that legislator and authorities can use. What is the best tool in each individual case? And sometimes it can be a private agreement, private investment. Sometimes it needs to be the legislator. Sometimes it may be a competition authority. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Thorsten and Diane as well. I'd now like to focus first on competition law, and you've mentioned that a couple of times. To what extent, from your view, does current competition law allow or enable the necessary coordinated action for sustainability? As you said, there's different forms, but are there some rules of thumb where you say it works well, and others where you say it really doesn't? And give us some examples on that. Who likes to start?
So the debate, at least in the European Union over the last couple of years, has been that, first of all, the European Commission and the national authorities say that they still lack sufficient cases to really come up with a general framework they would love to see more communication with firms on specific examples. But the European Commission, as I said, next year will come up with guidelines, and this will create, at least to some extent, legal certainties for firms, what they have to take into account when they want to cooperate. Now, you asked the question: Is this sufficient? Is the law in that regard then sufficient to deal with sustainability issues? I think we would then have to really see for, let's say, 2 or 3 years how the existing guidelines on the European level will play out. I would say one challenge will remain, which is what the Commission mentions is hypothetical willingness to pay for consumers. That's a pretty open criterion to take into account, and that will probably create a number of questions. Maybe on the German level, that's the only point I wanted to say that I don't agree with Diane. You mentioned the Bundeskartellamt. It was actually, and sorry, I have to say that as a ministry official, it was the ministry which set out this 2022 agenda. And what we will do in Germany, we have commissioned an academic study which we will release either in January or February, exactly on the topic of tonight. And then we'll also move forward in saying whether we will change the law or whether an emphasis will be also on guidelines by the Bundeskartellamt.
My apologies for that mistake.
Totally fine.
Let me start with that point about hypothetical willingness to pay. It's an area where the economics profession hasn't really provided the tools that we need. There's so much disagreement among economists about how do you do the surveys, what are the empirical results, that I think it's just a field day for lawyers. So for economists ourselves, the challenge is to do that much better and to reach some kind of professional consensus on what kinds of actual numbers would come out of the studies. So I think that the law could actually enable reaching sustainability goals. But this point about legal certainty is a key one. And if during the midst of a pandemic, when supermarkets are running out of basic goods, they had to seek assurance that the competition law was going to be lifted for that period, then that legal uncertainty is a real issue. And I think that has to be resolved reasonably quickly. And then a final point in answer to your question is that there's some area of, there's some gap between the competition analysis that goes on in the authorities and the political decision making. Because if you're talking about these big technology transitions where there are going to be new kinds of markets, that isn't an expert decision, it's a political decision. And I'm not sure how that gap is going to get filled. I don't think either the competition community has faced up to the need to market shaping, and I don't think the political community has understood that it's not just a technical issue. So there's some kind of resolution that's needed there.
If I could just, I'm really glad that you mentioned the COVID examples, and I think that's I mean, you're absolutely right. During the COVID crisis, we had instances in the beginning, coordination of supermarkets. Then it was the masks, the production of the masks. Then it was the testing kits. Then it was the vaccination kits. Then it was the auto industry coordinating the uptake in production. And there, I would say the flexibility both on the European and German level was really high. I mean, we witnessed people coming up with solutions within like days or weeks. And sometimes my fear is that with at least sustainability concerns in terms of climate action, that's a mirror of the the whole sense of urgency that sometimes misses in that regard, because here competition authorities, and that's natural, will say we want to have time to look into certain agreements and so on. So sometimes my fear is that, I mean, we shouldn't lose competition rationality when looking into those issues, but there is a clear distinction between, let's say, Corona crisis cases and climate action cases.
Thank you very much. Also, one point you mentioned earlier was that basically the consumer welfare standard, there are some exceptions where it's not necessarily seen from the individual level, but from the collective level. And Vicky, even though she couldn't be here, she's raised the example of Austria, for instance, who has last year published a green antitrust provision that basically allows an exemption, exactly as you mentioned. From your point of view, is that a model for others to follow as well, or do you see a danger there that maybe competition standards might be hollowed out? And maybe you could also provide the UK insight from that as well. So who'd like to start? Diane, you? Thorsten.
So I think Vicky could explain it in a much better way. I don't know whether she would defend the Austrian model as an academic. Now, we would say that the Austrian model, at least for Germany, is not a role model because first of all, with these kinds of agreements, it's hard to have an approach that differs a lot from the European approach, because agreements can easily be caught by European law. That's not like trying to disguise ourselves and shy away from taking bolder national action, but you just have to take that into account. The second point about the Austrian law is that to us, it's not really clear. It's again just inserting sustainability into the law, but then also again leaving people with the balancing exercise. So for us, it's really not a blueprint. So and on your consumer welfare point, I would be really interested in hearing what Diane would have to say. I think it's another point. We talked about consumer welfare and collective benefits, but I think that's still different from going to a total welfare standard. Now, I think our ministry's position is that right now we would very much welcome what the Commission is doing in integrating the hypothetical benefits, despite all the question marks that Diane has raised. And then the question is, what about the collective benefits? And I would say that probably those advocating for stronger action on climate protection would say those should also be taken into account. So there I would be really interested in your view.
Well, UK law is very clearly a consumer welfare standard. And I'm no lawyer, so as I understand it, we have the provision for collective benefits to be taken into account, but I don't think it's, I'm not aware that it's been used in any live cases. It becomes incredibly complicated. I mean, obviously it depends on the specifics of the case and on the specific empirics of the case, and they're just incredibly challenging. So even if one did think that was a good route to go down, I think it would be very challenging to implement.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to add on that, Thorsten?
Yeah, maybe on the Austrian model, just to compare it. To be frank, I'm not an expert. We looked at it into whether it could be a model, and our understanding was that there it's too easy. You can just, I'm now really exaggerating a lot, and my Austrian colleagues would probably maybe not kill me, but you just, as an undertaking, just have to say the word sustainability, and then you could find a legal way. And then all the problems with greenwashing and so on kick in. So in that regard, if we would find something that is a bit more differentiated, I would be super happy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Since we also talked about digital policy to some extent, or as the EU faces the challenge of a twin transition, so not just making the economy greener or reaching net neutrality, but also basically succeeding in the digital transition. Now, if we, so to speak, add the digital dimension or the digital transition to the equation, would you say this makes the whole thing a lot more complicated, or are there similar things to think about when trying to reach the digital transition as well? And what role can competition law play in that?
Should I go first this time? There are some similarities, and I mentioned the challenges of analysing innovation in both kinds of markets where you've got rapid technological change and you need that transition to come about. But they overlap as well. I mean, the whole economy is digital. There are still efforts to calculate the size of the digital economy, and to me it's like trying to calculate the size of the electricity economy. It's all digital, and we will need to use digital tools to get to sustainability. We need to think about the sustainability of the digital sector itself, because it's energy intensive, some parts of it more than others. So they're very closely intertwined in my view. And then the point's also about data, which is the key resource that's driving the digital economy, and is also going to be a key resource because we need that information to develop more sustainable products and more sustainable ways of doing things. So I probably drifted away from the question, but I think they're very closely linked to each other.
I think Diane has made an important point. I would say again, it would be too easy to say that those two transitions go hand in hand, because obviously digital technology, although we all embrace it, and there are technologies, let's face it, that are, in particular, energy intensive, that are not sustainable. Think about blockchain. Think about just the demand that you can create by having digital technologies. There are a number of studies on the effect on traffic, for example, due to digital technologies. Of course, you can coordinate existing traffic in a much better way and save fuel or electricity, but at the same time you create opportunities for additional traffic. So this is I would say the whole picture is probably just a bit more nuanced and differentiated. But I think what Diane said is important. Coming back to the initial question. That, of course, digital technologies can be a big part of the solution, and are just DNA and key elements of all or many business models that are used today. I mean, you mentioned in the beginning the data sharing example, and I think that's probably one of the key areas where competition law needs to give firms adequate legal certainty. And my personal take would be that in particular with regard to information and data sharing, there we would need to create additional space under competition law to allow for that.
I think that's right. But if I might just hark back to the previous panel as well, I think it possible that digital innovation might now come from other sectors that are using data or using digital tools rather than coming from the tech sector itself. So there's that additional aspect of it.
Thank you very much, you two. Looking at the time, I'd now like to give you, the audience, also the opportunity to ask your questions. And if you have a question, please say your name and also use the microphone. Yes, the gentleman over here.
Sorry. Günter Tauer from the company TBS. I have a short question to Diane. You were mentioning that sustainability requires price rises. Well, normally when it comes to innovation, like sustainability as an argument in the future for a company like CO2 neutral, I think that from my point of view, innovation is pushing that these products will be cheaper because of the higher productivity. And second, there is already a competition regarding sustainability. Just to give you an example, Microsoft as well as Shopify have a target in 2030 to be CO2 neutral. So they are looking, for ways to make their companies neutral. And maybe to Sancho, when the KS will be CO2 neutral.
Yes, thank you for the question. It is a good question. I was referring to the sort of immediate effect that because we don't pay a price for carbon, if we want to achieve carbon neutrality, then in some sense we have to pay that price. But you're absolutely right that we would hope that innovation would reduce prices and reduce them by more than we'd had to increase them to pay properly for the carbon. And actually we've seen that in a lot of renewable energy technologies where the price has fallen so dramatically, if you think about photovoltaics or wind energy, that that price is now much lower than it would have been in a world where that costly investment had not been undertaken in the first place.
Thorsten, would you like to add something on that? I saw you picking up the microphone, or?
Yeah, and I mean, you just have to take into the calculation the costs that you and we as taxpayers will pay over the next years and decades as the costs of the climate crisis and to mitigate effects and so on. And the other point, and just to re-emphasize what Diane said, I mean, there was even the term coined of greenflation, that prices would go up in a systematic way because external costs, in particular for CO2 emissions, would now be internalized. But there, I would really counter-argue and say the benchmark scenario should be one where we live in a CO2 sustainable world, and all of us sitting here know that we are very far away from that world.
Thank you. We had another question up there.
Okay, so
there. Now it works.
Sorry. My concern is that you always want to do it only with competition law. And the point is that we are talking about two different market failure problems. So one is really about competition and whether competition is working or not, and the other is about external effects at climate change. These are two different market failures, and therefore we have two different kind of policies for that. And so for me, it is clear that we should talk much more about the relationship between two different policies. And I entirely agree that this can lead to a conflict, for example, with that firms have to make coordination, and this might then conflict with cattle prohibition. But the question is, what is the measure that what we need for assessing whether this is a problem or not, or how large a problem this is? And I think we cannot take then consumer welfare in the way how we are defining it in competition law, because we want to solve now a problem of market failure from external effects, from environmental policy. So we have to take some measures from environmental policy for really saying how big the problem is, and then making perhaps exceptions in competition law. So I think we should take this as a case where we have to see both policies and to analyze the interaction and perhaps conflicts and solve it in this concept, and not only thinking we have to think this through only with our traditional categories of competition law.
Thanks. Was that a comment, or do you have a question as well?
That's a question.
I'm sorry. Okay.
This makes sense.
So, thank you for the question, and it's a good point. I agree that there are lots of tools. We shouldn't be trying to achieve sustainability goals only with competition policy. But as an economist, I would like markets to work as well as they possibly can, and not yet not in ways that conflict with other societal goals. And that was the principle behind the Furman review that Philip Marsden and I were involved in co-authoring, that there were clear market failures and market structure problems, but we wanted to make the market work better. And I think that's the philosophy here as well. It's trying to work out which aspects of competition policy, without in any way contravening the principles of healthy competition in innovative markets, could be made to work a bit better to help bring about sustainability goals.
Thorsten, would you like to add something on that? Or?
I would agree. I mean, I would love to say that competition policy can save the world, but it's, I mean, as you said, the basic levers are CO2 pricing, CO2 certificates, standard setting, phasing out of technologies. But I mean, of course, firms, and that's the intention of those instruments, firms will react to these incentives, and sometimes they want to cooperate to do joint investment, there may be other situations when the legislator is not fast enough, so firms jointly want to phase out, as Diane mentioned, a dirty technology. And for those cases, those problems will inevitably at some point end up with competition authorities, and then they have to deal with the question. And I have sympathy for your point that you say that just consumer welfare may not do the trick. Look to the Dutch competition authority. They have a more open standard, as we understand it. They are criticized for leaving these important questions to the competition authority. But you could counter-argue and say at least they have, if you are in favor of, let's say, tweaking the competition model a bit, at least they do it in a way and give the authority the room to do it.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I think we just made it to 8:30, so it's. I thank you very much for your contribution, and you as well for your questions and inputs. I'm sure we can still continue the discussion at the reception. And as far as I'm aware, Pensho, we have a reception prepared in the back. So we invite you to join us at the back for some food and some drinks, and then we can keep discussing about all things sustainability and competition. And thank you very much again, you two. It was a pleasure to have you here and moderate the panel. And thank you very much as well, Pensho, for organizing all this. And this is the official end, I think, of the first night. Would you like to say something, or can we just...
Don't be late tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Angebot der Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung.